For one thing, it's
Yeah. Well, this came with so much. Off with the stuff. She'll be. Discussion. Okay, that makes sense.
And 5 public comment, I had stuff that I wanted to ask.
That's non-agenda. That's not on the agenda.
Not where?
You have comments about things that are not?
Yep.
Not on the agenda.
Yep.
Okay, so that's 5A.
There's an open session. We have announcement of action taken in closed session.
Okay, we have new hires. We have Groundskeeper, Casey Hostler, classified Trinity Valley, food specialist 1, Casey Hostler, new hire, classified Trinity Valley. ACES site lead, Nacho McCovey, transfer, classified Hoopa L. ACES, so we did that one. Literacy paraprofessional, Nacho McCovey, transfer, classified Hoopa L. Rainbow Task Force, Jordy McCorkle, new hire, stipend, Hoopa High, Rainbow Task Force, Sergeant Cooper, new hire, at Captain John, another Rainbow Task Force, Katie Hodge, new hire, stipend, high school, Hoopa High, Rainbow Task Force, Carolyn Santoni, new hire, stipend, high school, Rainbow Task Force, Trisha Cisneros, new hire, stipend, Captain John. Rainbow Task Force, Ramona Socolo, new hire, stipend. We have a TK teacher resignation. And we have termination in a vote of 6-0. The Board of Trustees voted to terminate employee number 90 and employee number 183.
The resignation was a TK3.
TK3 teacher.
An elementary teacher, not specific.
Yeah.
Number 5, public comment. In order to provide public comment, please complete the speaker's form prior to the board resuming open session. I have speaker's forms. Members of the public may address the board regarding items on this agenda immediately prior to their being discussed by the board. 10 minutes per speaker, 20 minutes per subject will be imposed by the board president. A, public comment on non-agenda items and new policies and procedures. I have 2 requests, Erica and Tim Russell. Erica.
Good evening, everyone. A couple statements and also a question. I think first, I would like to know about the tribal consultation study session that I believe is taking place next Tuesday. We've heard very little, I think, about what that is going to look like, what it's going to be for. I've heard it might be for LCAP. I assume it should be about LCAP, but I am unclear. But I do know that for our tribal leaders, it would be very helpful that if we had notice so that we are prepped and ready to go on the 19th with questions or things that can be reviewed beforehand, that would be greatly appreciated. So I don't know if you're able to share anything about that, but that would be very helpful. I think the first time that I heard from it was at our COVID update meetings, and Dana had shared it in one of those meetings and just said, save the date, April 19th, tribal consultation. At that point, I had asked what that may or may not look like, what that may or may not be about, but that was pretty early on, so I don't think that anything was set in stone. So just knowing that that will be a week away, I'm hoping that there will be some additional communication about what that may look like, what the expectations may be, and just making sure that all parties are aware, not just the Hoopa Valley Tribe, but those who would be interested stakeholders.
Jen, can you speak to
I don't know. We've been talking about, if the agenda had gone out, which it has not, and then we're just so I know you've been in communication with Jason and
Right.
Joe, James is.
Hopefully by tomorrow, it'll be out. Tomorrow. And I was gonna send you an email, everybody an email tomorrow, just reminding them that it is coming up, and put some of the topics on it, if they want to send some back to me as well.
I think it's a good opportunity to talk about like what, maybe it's what does a travel consultation look like? Because there's been times when we've agendized things as consultation and then it's been like, not really. So I think that would be helpful to know. What form has it looked at like when it's been successful? What are I think the expectations can go both ways because.
Okay.
So yeah, we've just started working on that. And so confirming.
We're not talking about a board meeting.
Well, we have to
Oh, it is.
agendize it. We have to agendize it.
Oh, okay.
Was that requested by the tribe, or is that something we're initiating?
That's our spring one that we're supposed to have.
Oh, the spring IPP meeting.
Yeah.
That's not what I was told. So that's what we need to figure out is what are we doing on the 19th? Is this the IPP special meeting with the school board or is this something different? But it sounds like that is still being determined. So that's why I needed to bring it to everyone's attention today to figure out what this meeting is going to be and which boxes it may or may not check. So that was my first question. Assuming that the LCAP may be a topic of discussion, I do hope that comes up in some way, shape, or form. I do know that there have been some of those community meetings that have been happening, but I do also think that additional meetings may need to happen. It was totally off my radar until I was handed a flyer by Dana, thankfully, in passing at a different meeting that I was here for. But it would be very insightful to know how many stakeholders or community members are participating in those meetings. I know that Hoopa High is the only one that I've attended. The majority of people that were present were district employees or family members of district employees, which is good and some, but I think we can do better. And so that is definitely something we're willing to help and work on. But if we are not contacted to help in that way, then that's where I freak out and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's at Hoopa High tonight. Let me drop everything and try to go. I've spoken to other teachers that did not know that they were happening, especially the Hoopa L one that happened on Monday night. The Orleans, I think it was Orleans, whatever the Wednesday day was in conflict with the IPP meeting. So we ended up canceling our IPP meeting. To my knowledge, the Yurok tribe was not aware of the days that took place downriver in their territory. So communication, as always, is something that I hope that we can work on, figure out. But it did sound like, and Dana and I had a brief conversation at the high school one, that there's possibility for maybe another one, at least here in the Valley. And so if that does come up in the next week's meeting or whenever that date is set, please let us know directly. And we can definitely help try to get the word out and really get a good turnout with that.
Can I address something? Yeah, with that. So I think what will be good with the next step is we just kind of done our one-way receiving of information and have not provided a lot of data out because we have our P2 reporting period ending. It makes it for a tight turnaround, but I think another thing with our next, community meetings, we'll be able to say, here were some of the metrics we were looking at now that our P2 reporting period, which is like 2 goes through the year, is over. We can bring some more data. We can say, here's our chronic absenteeism rate. Here are our scores on our academic tests that we have done. So I think that we definitely will plan on having more meetings. And I think that it'll be like, one has been kind of just gathering some qualitative data, and now it'll be an opportunity to go, well, here's the metrics. Here's what our update for the year will be. So I think that that'll be good. And thank you, because at that point, it'll be really important to have the communications out because we'll actually be having some more information.
Okay.
Because right now they were pretty open and it wasn't like, here's what our results are for the year, because it's too early to do that. It was kind of like, what are some of your thoughts about how to improve things really generally? So it's a really good strategic time because we'll turn around and we'll be actually producing some information.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
and then and Joe asked me to CC you on things, so now instead of it just going directly to chairman and then disseminating it. So that'll be helpful.
Great.
So yeah, thank you.
yeah, just June is gonna be here very soon, and it feels like there is a lot to get done, but maybe it's done and I just haven't seen it, so that could be part of it as well. And then my final thing, I'm sorry, I probably am over 20 minutes, but I will wrap it up very quickly, is just another reminder that as you are accepting approved positions and hiring, and as you are approving job descriptions today to go forward with the hiring process, don't forget about the IPP compliance and making sure that there is a tribal representative from the Hoopa Valley tribe, the Yurok tribe, the Karuk tribe, and that we are all at least afforded the invitation to participate if we can do so. So I hope that happens and that we are all watching, and even as administrators, that we are remembering that too. So, thank you.
Thank you. Kim?
No, most of you know me, but my name is Kim Bussett, Senior. I have a couple questions here. For one thing is, as far as I can see, the community knows very little of what goes on in these board meetings or what is going on, period. Nobody informs us about anything. I haven't seen anything out there to inform us that if it is, it's sure not, it's being discriminated or it's being held to just a few because it's not being widely viewed by the public. How many people know what's going on? One question too is how many board members are here, people are here that are in elected positions and not appointments? When is our next election?
You want me to answer that question?
Yes, if you would.
Okay, it's actually in our board packets. There is what? How many people are coming up for re-election this year? 1, 2, 4. We have 4 positions coming up for election this year. Besides myself and Tom, everybody else here is elected. I was appointed because nobody else ran. And I was the incumbent. But this year is election year for 4 members.
And so there won't be anybody that just appointed.
The only reason a person is appointed is if a position is vacated and it's okay. So for example, if I was to leave right now, then my spot would be open for an appointment because it's not an election right now. So the district advertises, people put in their interest and letters of interest, and then the district, it kind of goes through a process of deciding who would be.
I've never seen any of it. Never heard of it.
Well, it's advertised.
Where?
In the newspaper,
In the newspaper.
and she's the superintendent makes.
In which newspaper? Times?
There is a weekly update in the 2 Rivers on school business of what's happening in the district.
Wow. I haven't seen, I
And that-
buy that paper, just haven't done any of that. I haven't seen anything and nobody's talking about, so nobody else knows what's going on either. There's very little talk about this stuff, and that's why I'm here to bring that up. Another one question is, why are we having this meeting here and not in the cafeteria where there's more room and space?
I don't know.
We can accommodate.
Okay, well, what?
Yeah.
When we have an overflow crowd, we can move to a larger.
I don't see there being an overflowing crowd because
No, so we
nobody
don't-
knows it. I didn't even know this was happening. I finally found out. It's just because my sister made some phone calls and I was told that this meeting was happening tonight. So I doubt you're gonna have an overflowing committee. Why wait for that when you have plenty of space to go around for people? So when is the next election?
The next election is it the November?
I think we're gonna go through that.
That is an
Yeah.
agenda
I think
item.
Okay,
but the
okay,
process
okay.
is process is.
Hey, Tim, your time, you have 2 minutes on, so you're getting down there.
It's fast. Okay, see those others are mentioned. Well, I see no transparency here. That's just the way it is. And I'm speaking for a lot of people that have no idea. I asked a couple of people to show up today, but they didn't because of other things that's going on in the community right now. We got scheduled another fire safe council meeting tonight, so at the same exact time. And everybody's looking for the school board to do what's right for us, but I don't see it happening. I'm sorry.
Our meetings are the second Tuesday of every month, with the exception of July. And then we have occasionally special meetings, but they're all advertised in the paper or on the district's website. We're also very advertised.
Facebook,
There's a Facebook page.
the Tribune, our website, we put it, and we do the one call, all call, we get it on the radio.
We
post
also
it.
post it at every school site. There's a lot of, what would be the best way to reach you?
I don't know.
Okay.
That's not my job.
Well,
How do you go about informing your constituents? That's what I'm getting at.
okay.
Is there nobody does anything to talk to any of the community members? I mean, you represent an area, you represent an area, and how is anybody talking to those community members? Not that I know of. Nobody has done anything to inform the public. I was told before by Laura Lee that it's not your job to inform us. I don't believe that's so.
I did not say it.
Yes, you did. You did a meeting. You look in the records.
Thank you for your comment. Presentation by Shin Green.
I think,
Yeah, December 6th. East Shore Consulting LLC 2022 certificate for participation fund.
Your presentation and your package.
yes. That's gonna be David posting that would, are you asking, Jen, are you asking for? If we have it in our, or if we have it on our
I'm just,
packets?
if you have any of your packets, that's
Okay.
fine. It sounds
I have an
great, but-
additional one.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here again, and I'm here tonight just to kind of close the loop on the financing activity and talk about my next steps with respect to the ITech and potential conversations with the state related to the financing as well. And specifically, I'm here to talk about the transaction which we completed back in January, and that is the issuance of the 2022 certificates of participation. If you go ahead and flip to the inside of that cover, you'll see that we issued the 2022 COPs as two discrete series. Series A was focused on providing new funding for the construction of the ITech replacement. Series B was focused on the refinancing of all prior certificates of participation of the district. And up on that right-hand side, you will see the total principal amount coming in at about 8.2 million, with a total repayment requirement of $11.8 million, with payments coming due all the way through 2046, roughly at a level annual amount of about $490,000 a year. We'll give you some comparisons to what it was before here, but going on to page 1, just a little bit of background. Part of its facilities modernization and mold remediation projects at various school campuses, the district issued about $4.5 million of certificates of participation in 2015. And then again, in 2017, the district applied some portions of its Measure B, its general obligation bonds, to repay about 2.83 million of those 2015 COPs, leaving us with about 1.2 million of 2015 COPs outstanding at the end of last calendar year, December 31st, 2021. In February of 2016, the district issued a second COP, and that is the 2016 certificates of participation. And those were issued specifically to advance state funding from the school facilities hardship program. And while the district had received awards for hardship at that time, due to the lapsation of a statewide school bond, there was no cash for the state to send out. So the 2016 COP was essentially issued to advance state cash, which you would then eventually be receiving back. Now, in theory, hardship, the facilities hardship program, one of the ways that we fund school construction, facility construction specifically, is supposed to fully fund for modernization and remediation projects. But as we've discussed several times here, because of the remote nature of your district, the distances to your main population centers, you guys have often experienced costs that overrun what would normally be allocated. And so your costs generally run higher than the statewide averages, which puts some pressure on various funds over time. Now, as the facilities projects kind of neared their completion, there was an accumulation of state funding shortfalls and resources that really just kind of did not come to fruition, meaning that the intent to repay the 2016 COP would have been once the state paid you your money. But because projects cost more than anticipated, there were not sufficient funds available remaining to repay those COPs at that time. And that put forward a potential for some quote unquote penalties, being that you are required by the resolution that authorized the 2016 COPs to repay it with state funding at the earliest theoretical possible time. Now, there's a lot of story behind all of this. We get into hours and hours of details. A lot of confusion on the state part, a lot of conversations by administration, board members and the like in Sacramento to kind of get this all clarified with the state. And eventually it did all get worked out, and we'll talk about some of those outcomes here momentarily. But also, for part of the background, the district was seeking to replace its ITech building. And so by the end of 2021, we were kind of in a position where we had one remaining project, the replacement of the ITech building, and some debt stuff to clean up. And that's sort of what we did with the 2022 COP. So very quickly, if you can look at the next page, you'll see the 2015 and 16 COPs and the repayments that remain as of December 31st, 2021. And the point I just want to make to you is if you look on the far right side at the bottom corner there, you'll see that it was $13.69 million in total repayments. That's what you would have had to repay if we left those components of the 2015 and 16 COPs outstanding. Just as a reminder, going back to that first page, our new COP, which raised about $4 million for replacement of the ITech and paid off all of your 2015 and 16 COPs, along with use of some of your district funds, comes in at a total repayment of $11.8 million. So overall, the debt burden has been reduced over time. The payments are restructured from that lumpy kind of higher to lower, back to higher payments to something that's very level and predictable and knowable into the future. So just as a little bit of overview here, in 2019, the district issued all of its remaining general obligation bonds, and that produced about $4.2 million, which was applied to repay a portion of the 2016 COP. So we started chipping away at it. And in December 2021, we had about just under $7 million of that 2016 COP remaining. Now, the district was able to utilize some of the ESSER and other funds that came in through the stimulus programs to free up resources of about $3.1 million. That includes some resources in your general fund, as well as some resources in your old general obligation bond fund, Fund 21. And those were also applied to repay a portion of the COP in conjunction with this 2022 Series B COP issuance. Additionally, the district did receive a $3 million CTFP grant award. We have not received the cash for that yet, but those funds are en route to the district and have been approved by the state. And that was going to go to help aid in the construction of the ITech building. So we had about, let's see here. We had that $3 million for the ITech replacement, but it is a grant. We had to have matching funds, and that's what Series A provided for you, was the matching funds for that grant. So the Series A COP matched the grant. The Series B COP cleaned up all the old debt. And this gives us kind of the results we'll be discussing here tonight. I will say that we had a pretty favorable interest rate market back when we went for this issuance back in January. Feels like a lifetime ago now if you follow interest rates, but I've got a chart here that will show you this, but we were probably around 1.5% 25% higher on interest rates than we were at the time that we got this done. So bit of good news I have for you is we were able to catch the markets before they started to get away and got a really, really good deal on the 2022 COP, which is one of the reasons why we could save so much money and reduce the overall repayment costs. The resulting repayment requirement, again, for the 2022 COPs actually totaled less than your prior requirements and did raise additional funding for your ITech project and greatly reduced any potential penalties that the state may provide to you. And let's just kind of go over that penalty concept here very quickly. The state gives you hardship money, and that hardship money is to be used for projects. Of course, in the case of the 2016 COP, the state was out of money, so we issued the COP to advance state funds. In theory, you would have taken the money that you received from the state to pay off that COP, but again, because the project costs were more expensive in your part of the world than the state averages are, some of those funds had to be used to get projects done. They put you in a really kind of crummy position in that you got to finish the projects to get the money, but you got to have the money to finish the projects. So it's kind of this catch-22, and there was some confusion at the state. They actually went so far as to bring it before the state allocation board as a material inaccuracy. We quickly got that quashed and moved on to a place where we have been talking with them pretty regularly about what we're doing to pay off that COP. But at the end of the day, if we did not pay that COP off, the state would have basically counted it as available contribution from the district, which under hardship means they reduce what they would give you in hardship. So we kind of had this choice of we could leave the $12 million of 2016 COP outstanding. And if we did that, the state would want to claim back that full $11.2 million. It would take that away from your hardship. One day you would get a bill saying, hey, you owe us back X amount of dollars. We used GeoBond proceeds to take the first swipe at it, got it down to about 7 million. And with this COP, we've actually paid off all of the 2016 COPs. Where we are now is going back and forth with the state about what the nature of that payoff was, how much of it should count toward not being available proceeds, trying to get that down to a $0 amount. We'll talk about where it is now, but it's just under $3 million that they may consider for clawback at some point. We'll talk about steps to try to mitigate that and prevent that from happening here tonight as well.
Would you just reiterate, because I remember how much I faced disbelief in the explanation of we pay back what we are financing, and we were subject to the Office of Public School Construction also charging us. So it was as Shin had explained previously, the 2-for-1, and maybe everybody on board has gotten that. I just remember he had to tell me about 4 times because I said, we really have to double up on the payments, one to the debtors and one to the state.
Essentially, yes. So what would have happened is you would have had to repay the 2016 COP if we didn't pay it off. That, of course, would occur naturally. But the state would again say that that COP is not an advancement of their money anymore because you used it for projects. And therefore, it was funding that was available. When you're in hardship, in theory, you're in hardship because there are insufficient resources to complete projects. So in theory, you have no resources, but if you have this COP and you used it for projects, they would count that as being available. And if that was available, then the amount you would have received in hardship would be reduced by that 11.2 if nothing was paid off. By reducing it by 11.2, they've already sent you the money. So eventually they would ask you to pay them back the amount that was basically not needed because of your 2020 or your 2016 COPs, but you still have to repay those 2016 COPs. So we were looking at $11 million in debt repayments plus interest, as well as the prospect originally of having to write a check to the state at some point for an additional $11 million. There were no such resources available. The money was in the buildings. It was used for projects because costs here are simply higher than they are in other parts of the state as you get more coastal and closer to bigger cities. Some of the realities you guys face out here are the fact that because you don't have a lot of hotel space here, your work crews have to stay out of town. And they typically will charge you or bill you for the time driving in and driving out. So you don't even get a full 8-hour kind of work day from your work crews when they come in to do construction. It gets truncated by those drive times. So these are all things that kind of drive costs for you guys. Another thing is it's a bit of a difficult road to get certain kinds of infrastructure or certain kinds of materials in. If you have big beams or things of that nature, you got to make a special kind of trip. There has to be some consideration as to whether it's coming from the east or the west to make sure we can get here and through the roads and the like. So these are all things that add to the complexity of construction in this part of the world. Compounding that on top of it all is, while the rest of the state isn't seeing much in the way of rain, you guys have a rainy season. There is a real time of the year where it just does not make sense to do construction projects. You've got a fairly limited window in your summer to get things done, which tends to mean that the time you have to complete projects is shorter than most other districts, meaning that sometimes you have to phase them out, stretching them out over longer time frames, which does eventually run up costs. These are all things not of your own making, just kind of circumstances of the geography and realities of where places are on the maps that result in these higher cost profiles for you. That all being said, we were able to get a lot done, and at the end of the day, for the headaches and hardship put upon this district, it was worth in excess of $90 million in additional resources to the district to complete essentially the modernization of all of the campuses and the remediation at all the campuses. So it did have its benefits, but it came with a lot of headaches at the end of the game that we are just now kind of getting through and working our way out. So we issued the 2022 COPs. Page 3 talks about the documentation. I do want to give credit to your legal counsel, bond counsel, as we call it in the parlance, Lozano Smith. That's the team that put together the resolutions, the purchasing agreements, the documentation for investors to consider, things of that nature. On the obverse page, you'll see a copy of those official statements. Those are the SEC Rule 15C212 controlled documents that your investors potentially look at. There are some of the extra booklets I believe that I had sent here to the district. If one of the board members or any of the board members like to have a copy for your bookshelf, please feel free. I find it really great because at a snapshot of time, they give you a lot of information about the district in one place. It's got ADA, financial, other information there as well about the state of the state budgets, things like that. And it's things that investors look at. We have to work really hard to make sure they're accurate. And I do want to thank Carmi for her time and Jennifer for her time, just making sure they reviewed all those documents. We got everything correct. It's a lot of little bits of extra that I know take up your time. With that documentation all in order, we did have a pricing period on January 5th. We were successful on January 5th. I think if you remember when we talked about the GEO bonds, that was a little bit more of a difficult day in the market. It took us a couple of times to try that. Our strategy here was we went in on the first investment day of the calendar year. We got in before anyone else had got in. A lot of people were asleep, in the December timeframe. And so it put us in a position where your bond issue was one of the very few available that week. Which is a good thing because there's capital in the markets. It needs to go somewhere. If there's other issues, they might look that way or might have other higher rated issues. We got in a place where we had a lot of attention and focus, which I think really helped us get this deal done in a pretty good way. And just in case anyone wants to know, there are also electronic versions of all the documentation associated with this. It's on a little CD and a binder sometimes, and I know they've given you a copy. It's in the business office. You ever want to look those things over, please feel free to let us know. We're happy to get you all the documentation. It's great stuff to fall asleep to at the end of the night. That being said, as is always the case, there is a rating that is involved with the issuance of any sort of debt by a public entity typically. And just wanted to say that we have talked about this before, but part of our strategy was we go in with the COP and the GEO when we talk to the rating agencies, talk about both of them at the same time. So I think we had a 10-minute conversation, Carmi, I think, with the rating agency just to double check a couple of things in December. And that was all we had to do. So we kept the rating process very simple. District is also eligible for a discount because 2 issues in the same year get you into a place where you can get discounts. All these little things we're doing to try to cheapen up the cost of these COPs. Why? Because ultimately the general fund is the repayment source for your COPs. So it counts long-term to your budgets. But the rating was affirmed, as was the case with the GEO. It is an A+ rating for the district as a whole. Some of their comments, again, were very stable enrollment trends, consistent tax-based growth, not huge growth, but very consistent and kind of stable, and some relatively strong reserve levels, which you maintain. Rating agencies are always very keen to see strong reserve levels. They believe that gives you a little bit of cushion in case things happen unexpectedly. And I know that's something you'll be focusing on in the near future, because I know we did hit a lot of those reserves to make the prior COPs go away. We'll talk more about that here in a second. But really simple rating process, affirm what we knew before. Again, thanks to Carmi and Jennifer for helping. Now, in terms of the structuring, what we did was we had this kind of monthly 2015 COP repayment payments. In total, we're up, down by year. What we endeavored to do was refinance everything that was outstanding, make it cheaper, and do this 2022 Series B, or excuse me, Series A new money piece on top, so that in combination, we've got a level payment. Now, the refinancing pieces were done as taxable bonds. The new money pieces were done as tax exempt bonds. There's some good reasons for that. On your 2015s, it's a little ways away until they can be officially paid off, so the money has to sit in an escrow account for a year or two. In that case, you're required to use taxable bonds by the federal government. On the other piece, to refund the 2016 COPs, the piece that the state was finding offense with, quote unquote, we also did those as taxable bonds. And we did that for a very good reason. Taxable bonds do not have the same strings attached to them that tax exempt bonds do. You get a tax exempt bond, it has a lower interest rate because the feds do not charge interest on, or do not charge taxes against that interest as you earn it. So effectively, as an investor, my interest rate is higher than it would be because it's a tax-free interest return. That's a benefit. It takes money out of the feds' coffers, but they extend that benefit to public entities to encourage and spur on public projects to make sure that they get done and get done cheaply and efficiently. So why would we use taxable to refinance this 2016? Well, because the 2016 had a very specific provision in it, the way that the redemption was written. It allows you to repay it at any time from general obligation bond proceeds or state aid proceeds. Did not necessarily allow you to optionally refund it with a tax exempt bond at your own time frame. The date for that is about 4 or 5 years out. If we had to wait 4 or 5 years, it would have cost more money in escrow, would not have been efficient, would not have been as cheap of a borrowing at the end of the day. And so we used the taxable to essentially take these strings away. And the 2022 Series B COP, specific to the 2016 portion that was repaid, was actually utilized to reimburse the district for prior state aid funding. It's an allowable thing to do. We simply borrowed the money previously, used it for projects. We replaced it with this taxable money with no strings attached as a reimbursement. This gave us state aid proceeds, along with some other money that the district had on hand, and state aid that actually flowed in about $1.2 million to use that earlier call provision to pay the thing off that much quicker, so that it was actually paid off on the day of closing, January 26th. So if you were to go out on all the official information services today, the 2016 COPs are repaid in their totality. Now we get down to the question of how the state will treat that. The money that came from state aid, we truly believe is directly in alignment with their resolution, no question about that. The money which we freed up, which was essentially an internal reimbursement of state aid proceeds, again, using that connotation to open up this earlier call provision, was perfectly fine and allowable. The last piece is what we raised with the 2022 Series B. As I said, normally you do a refinancing sort of like we did with the 15, you might use taxable or tax exempt, but it's considered a replacement of your existing debt. In this case, we don't really consider it a replacement because you reimbursed your state aid funds and then you paid off your 2016 COP, which had advanced those state aid funds. There is a very good legal argument there as to why this is not a refinancing. If we can get the state to see it as not a refinancing, and legally we don't believe it is, then you're in a position where you have fully repaid the 2016 COPs with state aid funding, which in turn means they have no auspice for a clawback or penalty. This is the argument that we have made. There's perfectly fine ways to structure this much more simply. You don't see this done this way all that often, but given all the ingredients we had, we believe it puts us in the best position to say, A, your 2016 COPs are gone, and B, they were repaid with state aid funding, albeit reimbursed state aid funding, but state aid funding nonetheless. This is the argument that we'll be talking about bringing to the state in most likely May. We will be looking for a couple of you to join us down in Sacramento to have some conversations. I'll get to the details on that here in a second. Let's close out with just the actual sale price here. I'm on page 6. As I noted, we actually posted your preliminary official statement, the draft of that final document, that final investor document on December 22nd, before the holidays, giving investors time over that holiday break to take a look at it and put buyers into place to buy on January 5th, as we had discussed. And as we were kind of going into the end of the year, we got the announcement in late 2021 that the Federal Reserve Bank would be increasing interest rates. The initial announcement was, I believe, 3 to 4 interest rate increases, 0.25% per over the course of the next 12 months. But this started the volatility that we're still experiencing to this day. If you think it was all because of invasion in Europe, no, we had some buzz in the market even before then, as far back as really December of 2021. On January 4th, though, we did have a conversation, ourselves, staff from the district, underwriter, legal counsel and all, just looking at the markets. And again, because it was so early in the year, and there wasn't a lot of activity going on, we had a lot of capital looking to go to work, but not a lot of bonds being offered. So it put us in a pretty good place to have a great pricing. Certainly enough interest that despite the Fed announcements and the discussion of volatility, we were able to get enough bids to get things done. And the idea here was basically we use a conservative approach, knowing that we had volatility. We actually offer slightly higher rates than we normally would to investors. Try to get a couple of investors involved in each of your maturities and then kind of let them compete against each other and move the yields down. When we're in an environment where interest rates are going up, that tends to be the strategy that we employ for pricing these bonds or setting the interest rate, trying to create competition amongst investors so that we can drive those rates down. This makes sure that we A, have a buyer, but B, we have a best buyer possible for each of your maturities. Keep in mind when you sell your bonds, it's not all a single bond that's being sold. It's broken up into each individual year, so that people who may be interested in a short-term investment can purchase your 1, 2, or 3-year maturities. People who want a long-term investment can purchase your 10, 15, or 20-year maturities. That gets the optimal buyer for each of the segments of your loan, and it also should drive your interest costs down. At the end of the day on the 4th, we were all, I think, a little nervous, especially after the activity late in the year last year and the slow kind of order period we saw for other sales. But woke up on the morning of the 5th, and you flip to the opposite of page 7 up there, you can see the order flow. And you'll see each of the individual years for which there were maturities. In some places there are 2, one is taxable, one is tax exempt. And you'll see in each year kind of a hard black bar. That hard black bar, sometimes in the middle of kind of the colored area, is the amount of bonds we had available for offer. When you see color above that black line, that means that we had orders in excess of what was offered. And you'll see that in years 1 for a portion, years 2, 3, 4, but in most of the years in the early part, we had at least orders for all the bonds, if not for more than all the bonds. And that's how we got that competition going, moving individual rates down for bonds. We had, hey, you know, you said you take it at a 3, you said you take it at a 3, who takes it at a 2.9? You take it at a 2.9, great. He's at 2.9, are you willing to go to, and that's kind of how it works. And that's what the underwriter's job is at the end of the day. But you will also notice there are a few years there toward the end where we didn't have a lot of color in there. Those are areas where we actually did not receive any orders. And one of the other reasons we use an underwriter and why you compensate an underwriter on your transactions is they're your buyer of last resort. They were kind enough to hold to the rate levels that we had discussed in the pre-pricing area, despite not having orders in that space, and put those into their inventory. I hate to tell them this, but and it's not really our concern at this point in day, but those are probably still in their inventory today because interest rates have gone up higher since then, and so these become less attractive for buyers out there. It's perfectly fine. Underwriting banks have portfolios that they keep. They use that money internally. So some of your bonds are most likely still held by your underwriter in those longer maturities where we just did not have orders. And that was actually pretty common during this time frame as we saw front end or short-term interest rates going up pretty fast. Longer term rates were pretty flat. As we call the yield curve was beginning to flatten out. So the value of investing longer just isn't there in a lot of those cases, unless you have a very specific reason to want something maturing way out in the future. And we had that case for the far maturity. You'll see there's one order we had that kind of took a big piece of that. But in some of those later maturities, there just were not buyers because of where yields were at the time. Just did not have any interest, and the underwriter took them down without any sort of augmentation. So very happy to have them on board, and they've done a good job of doing that in these more difficult market scenarios. Specific to the pricing day itself, we had a relatively limited supply in the market, as I noted, so we had a lot of attention, really good order flow, especially on the front half of the deal, really through years 1 through 15, seeing orders in excess or equal to the amounts that were offered. It was beyond year 15 that we began to see maturities kind of not seeing orders, but we were able to lock in lower interest rates on that from that time frame. Today, those rates look nothing like they did then. They're much higher. At the end of the day, investors purchased about $5 million of the $8.2 million bond, $8.2 million that was offered of the 2022 COPs. And again, if the opportunity presents and the underwriter can find a buyer for those longer bonds, they'll certainly sell them. Just keeping in mind, there are some rules on underwriters. They can't manipulate the prices after the fact. So they have to lock your interest rates in. There's no variability, no risk to you. Your rates are locked in. It's up to them to find a buyer in the future. They can't, they'll hold it to maturity, collect the interest, and reuse that money for additional bond purchases in the future. Not a big deal. That's what they do. They're a banking entity. On January 26th, we did close this transaction. And because of the interesting and somewhat different structure that we talked about earlier, especially for the 2016, the flow of funds was a little different. Just want to highlight, specific to the 2015 COPs, $1.369 million was placed into an escrow account. That escrow account will pay all of those COP payments until their redemption date, at which time they totally go away, but they're quote unquote the fees, so they are no longer an obligation of the district. They have been retired. The 2015 COP is officially gone with that. And we also reimbursed the district 2.797, 559.28 in prior state hardship. That's the Series B piece that I talked about that reimbursed the district's hardship, the piece that we're going to have the conversation with the state about not being a refunding, but really being a reimbursement to avoid that future clawback. Additionally, you had the $2.1 million in hardship funding that's been owed to you for, geez, how long has it been? Probably 8 months, a year now. They finally sent that to the county in conjunction with this transaction. We had to promise them that it would be applied to the 2016 COPs to receive it, which it was. And so all this money went to the county first. Usually when we have a refunding, it goes right to the escrow agent and they put it in an escrow account, use it to pay off the bonds. In this case, because we're reimbursing the district, it actually went to your county building fund. Then all of that money was in turn taken from the county building fund as state aid or reimbursed state aid and used to totally pay off the 2016 COPs on January 26th. So as of January 26th, that issue is officially retired. All those letters you may remember about you must pay this off, that's actually happened. We're just into the details of arguing how we're going to treat that 2,797 number as either refunding or reimbursement. If they buy the reimbursement argument, then there should be no clawback. And that's what we're going to lobby to put efforts into in the next month or two. Excuse me. Final issuance related costs for the entire COP were just under $300,000. That includes your underwriter compensation, insurance or bond insurance, as well as all the consultants involved and legal team that was involved. The state hardship reimbursement 1.2 plus 3.1 was all transferred to BNY along with the district funds and other pieces to pay that 2016 COP off on the 16th. Made for a fun morning only because usually there's only one transfer in the morning and it's a relatively limited window of time you have to get those transfers done. In this case, we had two, one from the purchaser of the bonds, your underwriter, to your county, and then one from the county back to your trustee bank. So that all went off without a hitch. There was a lot of coordination with the county. I know they've been impugned for not getting some things done in a timely manner. I will say they got this one right this time. And so we had a little consternation on it, but it all got taken care of as planned. Next page, you'll see some details on the issuance costs, what each of the various parties received in compensation. Do note that as a COP, because it is a lease arrangement, you do have title insurance and a few other things you don't normally see on a general obligation bond. That's why the costs for a COP tend to run a little bit higher than a GO issuance. But that detail is all there for you, broken out both by the sub-series as well in total. And really in those issuance costs, the only thing I want to highlight is that the consultant costs, the fixed costs, which are excluding the underwriter and the insurance layers, were $162,825. Of that, $17,300 is in contingency, and eventually that will come back to you. When that $17,000 shows up, you can use that for repayment of the debt, or you could actually, in the case of the Series A, apply it to projects. And I'll give you a breakdown of those two. Specific to Series A, it's about $5,800. And specific to Series B, it's about $11,486. The Series B piece really should go to repaying COP in the future. The Series A piece, the $5,800, you can use for additional project funding if you'd like. Other than that, that's all the costs. The costs are borne by the issuance itself, so it's not as if the general fund's going to write a check to pay any of these. And at the end of the day, the only additional fees you should see in association with this are the annual trustee bank fees, which you were actually paying on both of your prior COPs as well. But those retired, that same sort of fee structure goes for the 2022 COPs. And that's the bank that receives the money and sends it off to the various investors every 6 months to pay interest and or principal. We've got a repayment comparison. You'll see here that there are slightly higher payments in the front end of this transaction compared to before, up to $200,000 more in a given year, 220, 230 in 1 year. But you'll see that on the back end of this transaction, we've taken a significant amount of the repayments off. All said and done, apples to apples comparison, the total cost is down by about $1.86 million. And when I sat here, I told you we try to save at least $1 million with that refinance, and we were able to get more than that. Again, we just caught the markets before they got out of whack and into bad places. Do want to talk about some budgetary impacts. Annually, your average payment is going to be $492,000, give or take. That is the amount that's on the books. If we can find other sources to pay this COP down, we've set some things up to allow for portions of it to be repaid early. If there's additional state money that might show up, additional freed up resources, you can certainly apply those to make that a lower payment in the future. But on average, if nothing else is done, expect a $492,000 payment per year. Sort of in alignment with maybe even a little bit less than what you had on your prior bonds if they had never been paid off or refunded. And something we believe is survivable long term, keeping in mind these do run all the way through August 1 of 2045. That is the same maturity date. We didn't play any games. We didn't stretch your debt out to kind of make it cheaper. It's all the same term, same repayment date at the end of the day as what you had outstanding before. When we look at the combined principal for the 15 and 16, it is ever so slightly less for the 15-16 by about $10,000 in the 2022 COP. You say, well, wait, you save me money. Why do I have more principal outstanding? Very simple thing. Your interest costs are much less. So we were able to pay more principal. And when you do a refinancing, it's not uncommon to have a little bit more principal than you had outstanding before. But your total repayments with a lower interest rate are going to be much less, by about $1.8 million over the course of time. So all in all, I think we met all of the kind of goals that we were talking about on the financing and parameters there. But more importantly, what is this for? Really, it was to put us in a position to A, solve these issues with the state. I think we've made certainly significant strides toward that, with a few things to tie down with them to close that all out. And then also to get that ITech building completed. Would note that while the ITech building was originally a hardship program, you didn't have any hardship eligibility we could access. So we actually took that program out of hardship. So you don't have any hardship programs going on at this point in time. It is only the ITech building, which is a standard grant funded program with a grant and a match. And I'm pleased to announce that we have plans for that new ITech building. It's slightly smaller than one we had talked about before. We've discussed that in the past. We believe it to be functional. And we have the plans approved, I believe, at this point in time as well by the state. So we revised plans, gotten those approved, held on to your number with the state for the idea of that project, which keeps things much simpler, saves us maybe up to 12 months in time of going back through state process. Really pleased that was able to be done. And really, it just comes down to putting hammers to nails over this upcoming summer. But I know that that's all in the works, and bid packets are all being prepared and going out. So very much looking forward to coming back maybe in a year's time and actually seeing the iTech building, something I've heard so much about over the last 4 or 5 years, but never actually seen. So that will be very exciting for me. So we have fully repaid your 2016 COPs. That's the one the state's concerned about, as well as the 15s. They didn't have any cares about that one. We've done it in such a way that there's a good legal argument for why this should not be treated as anything other than the total repayment of your 2016 COPs. There is the prospect they could look at that and say, no, we want the 2.8 million back, but I think we have a good argument of just getting in front of them and making that argument to the right people in Sacramento. And if we had done nothing, in December, we would still have $7 million of that COP outstanding, and that's the amount they would want back. So we're certainly better off than we were before. We've got the iTech progress, and we've got a much better debt picture with some prospects of making it a no clawback kind of situation at the end of the day that I think we'll get to at the end of the day. I will tell you that in Sacramento, we're in one of those years where there's a lot of extra cash to be budgeted. And so they are being a little more loose than they would be in other years. And so I think when we get to them at a very good time, if we talk to them before the end of this current budget cycle, to get some consideration to at least prevent the clawback and potentially, do not count on this, but potentially get some consideration for some of the cost encroachment for your prior projects. To that end, that gets us to kind of next steps. This transaction is complete. We still, of course, need to actualize the iTech replacement. There's about $3 million, which should be here in the next month or two from the grant that will get wired over to you. There's also the $3 million plus $1 million of excess from the COP issuance to carry on that iTech construction until that grant funding does show up, so we can deploy for this summer's construction. Beyond that, we really need to engage in these efforts in Sacramento. I think that's the last piece of this puzzle to put together. Make sure that we don't have that clawback, maybe get some consideration, avoid any penalties, certainly. And then from there, it really just gets down to looking at how to keep things optimized going forward, paying attention to your budgets, your cash flows, making sure that we don't run into any issues by virtue of the debt that is outstanding because of your facility projects over the long term. And beyond that, looking at additional opportunities, perhaps mitigate or reduce that debt. You'll notice the last bullet here, Abe Pajela of Capital Advisors really has been leading the effort on this in Sacramento. Unfortunately, Abe had to run out of the country. He had a family issue. He's in Australia right now dealing with that. He will be back at the end of this month, and I'm going to encourage that we all get together in May to kind of go to Sacramento, make our case, and hopefully put the bow on this thing. That's all I really have. There's an appendix here. I do just kind of want to share 2 charts with you real quick in that appendix. Most obvious in the 5-year interest rate. You'll see there's a line that looks like it goes straight up here at the very end on the far right. I'm happy to report that we priced these bonds before that line started going straight up. I'll give you a few days afterwards just so you can see where interest rates have gone. But I also hate to tell you that today that line is even further straight up than it was when I ran these charts. That all being said, we were very fortunate we got in and got this deal done in a pretty good time frame. Talked to an underwriter, actually I talked to a few underwriters in the last week, and everyone pretty much had the same commentary, which is all of the refundings they were planning on doing this year have evaporated. The interest rate environment is just too high. There's no savings to be had. So very glad we got this done when we did. It might be a number of years before we see this kind of market that we were in January and before. So I think we locked in at the right time, at least got the debt cleaned up as much as possible at the lowest possible interest rates. Other chart I just wanted to show you real quickly is this is a supply chart of bonds that are available offered for sale. And you see it goes up, down. You'll just notice there early 2022, how low that got. And that's what we were selling into. An environment where there were not a lot of bonds being offered, which really put a lot of attention on yours. Why we were able to get multiple orders on some of those things really helped us out a lot. That's all I had. It's probably longer than you wanted, but just wanted to go through all the details. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I want to thank you for all of your work to help us with this financing with all of our new facilities.
It's been an adventure.
While we still have that.
It's been an adventure, but I'm really pleased with what we did here. I really like the hard projects. There's plenty of ways that we could sit here and, just turn paper and make like, this is one that really we had to put thinking caps on. Do a lot of heavy lifting to kind of figure out how to get to these right solutions, a lot of conversations with the state. None of these things that we didn't come with the conversation with Barbara or someone at OPS. Each one of these steps required that level of discussion. And it certainly took a lot, but it really is something that is an unfortunate reality of the school facility program, especially with respect to hardship. It works great for certain communities where you're in an urban area, you've got a Home Depot right down the street, the materials are relatively easy to get to, workers are relatively close by. For districts such as yours, and you're not alone in this, there are other rural districts who have had this similar problem. It is not working as well. It's a known issue. We always talk about rewriting the school facility program rules, specifically to hardship, and I think it is something that at least our experience and our conversations ending in Sacramento will illuminate to them so that perhaps the next time around, we have not this level of extra lifting to get these things done. But really pleased. I do know what that ITech building means to the community. I'm very eager and happy to see that that's going to get done. Looking forward to seeing that built and those programs being stood up again here in the near future. And hopefully that will help bring this all back together as we come out of the pandemic and go forward into the brave new world.
Thank you, Jen.
So I'm probably the least comfortable person because there was one, I don't know if I called you on the weekend, I called a little bit in a panic because of, as Shin said, the bow and the actual finality, like with everything going through. And so the political efforts are going to be really instrumental at this point in, in determining this $2.8 million, which is still kind of hanging around, which we looked at legally and went, okay, and it's just not resolved. It's not looking back. But I did call Shin. He said, hold on, we're gonna work with capital advisors. So in terms of being able to bring something resolved back to the board, to the community in terms of, are we looking at the OPSC route, or are we looking at, they have said, okay, we're done with you. Is that something that we're talking in May, but being able to enter into the next fiscal year with
I am
some
hoping that
predictability?
Yes, my gut says that at the state level, the solution will be a July 1 type solution. It will be something that will be in effect for the next fiscal year. I do want to have this resolved for that. It's a pain in your butt to have that as a budgetary wild card. And there are solutions. We've talked about what happens if we have to go down that route. We can finance for an extended period through the state. It used to be 5 years. When we first started this, they said, oh, well, you can just pay us back over 5 years. And I had to explain, there's not the capacity to pay back 11 million over a 5-year window. It's going to need to be longer than that. The rules weren't there. The rules have been changed since then to allow for longer. If we need to, it's not where we want to go. We'd like to see it gone away. And I think we have the legal argument for why. It's simply, we have to sit down with them, their legal team, and go through all the paperwork, show them how it was done. And hopefully once they see that, they will come to senses. And again, I would say that I think it's been a heavy lift for us. It's been a heavy lift for OPSC as well. They're not taking like joy in the fact that they have this potential clawback. They understand the complexities of what went on. They understand some of the foibles of the projects. We have a sort of similar project we're dealing with for another district that's on the front end. And I'll just tell you this, that we're saving ourselves all the conversations on the back end by having them on the front end of that one. It's something that they're aware of though, and quite frankly, I think given where the state is budgetarily, we're in a position where everyone wants to go away. And I think the sound minds will allow it to go away at the end of the day. I can't guarantee that just yet, but I think we're in a really good place, not as good of a place as we could be given all the things that have happened.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure as always.
Second, presentation by Aaron Stagg, SCLS, decreasing board membership overview and process.
Aaron's on, yeah, joining us by Zoom. He did send in some, a legal brief presentation. I wasn't sure that it would, how extensive it would be, but Aaron, can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear everyone, and I'd like to confirm that everyone there can hear me and that the screen share was successful.
A little louder would be good.
Yeah. Can you get louder?
Yeah, I can get louder. How's that? Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you all. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Board of Trustees, it's good to meet you, and community members, you as well. This is an issue that does not come up frequently in California education law. So it was an opportunity to spend some time in the Ed Code and look at how we can continue as a district to best serve and represent our community. I do want to just refresh everyone's recollection on how we got to this point and this conversation. We'll talk a little bit once we go into the presentation about the fact that this board is elected in what's known as by district area election. You are divided into areas, and the representatives live in the area and are elected by the electors of that area. As part of that, all school districts, actually all municipalities, other areas that have these internal lines are required to adjust them after the decennial census. I understand that this board undertook that process, and that as part of that process, the idea came up that it may be in the best interest of the district and the district stakeholders to evaluate a decrease in board membership from 7 members to 5 members. So our office was contacted. I've had an opportunity to work with your superintendent. I put together a broad overview. There will be a couple of, I don't want to say unsatisfactory answers, but there are some answers that I will be getting later this week from the California Department of Education. This is a novel situation. As I mentioned, we don't frequently see board membership willing to explore a reduction. And so there are no education codes specific to a board membership reduction in an area that has trustee areas. So I have been reaching out to the school district organization section at the California Department of Education. They even described it as a gray area. And I will, as I mentioned, I am set to be chatting with them later this week. So I had been hoping to be able to present a timeline to the board. However, given some of the outstanding questions relating to sequencing, I was not able to present a timeline for this meeting. But that is, so please stay tuned. We'll have more information. But diving right into the substance of what we're going to be talking about. So briefly, to begin with, and I know that this is not the most intuitive process, like many things, I don't pretend to know school funding, but just as that is not intuitive, this is not as well. Board membership is actually under the authority of the County Committee on School District Organization. So underneath the Ed Code, the specific provision that you have in front of you and that's up on the screen, the County Committee on School District Organization, and we'll talk a bit about who that is and what they do. They are the entity that is tasked with, in addition to actually drawing where the outside boundaries of school districts are, they are tasked with overseeing the internal boundaries as well as the board membership and how the board is elected. So I've included that Ed Code site there. I promise I will not be reading Ed Code at you for the next 10 minutes. But what is the County Committee? So in Humboldt County, the County Committee is separate from the County Board of Education. In many California counties, the county committee actually is the county board of education, just wearing a different hat. But Humboldt County does have its own county committee. It is a group of appointed public officials, public officers that you can see here. This is a description that actually comes from the California Department of Education handbook on some of the tasks that the county committee does in their county. So including the school district boundaries, they process proposals regarding the structure, the membership, and the areas of representation for local school districts. I also will say that one of the different factual scenarios that CDE, when I raised this question to them, and one of the reasons we're going to be talking about this, is the fact that our district, and sorry, I very quickly start to think of us as we, but the fact that the district is in 2 counties. So we are actually dealing with potentially 2 county elections offices, two maps, the county clerks. So that's an added, I will say, complexity. It's not insurmountable, of course, but it's an added piece that, because the ed code is not looked at frequently, there's not a lot of guidance in that area. So I've already referenced a bit, and I included in your materials some excerpts from the CDE School District Organization Handbook. So this is a handbook that is published. It has a number of chapters. I've only included a few that are going to be relevant. And it's for use by local districts, county offices, and county committees to better understand the process and the substantive requirements that go along with the various proposals that a county committee would consider. So it's actually, in order to decrease board membership, it's a fairly straightforward process to begin with. I've included it here. As I mentioned, I've also included the actual excerpt. As I understand it, the interest is coming from the governing board. This is actually a board membership decrease is something that could be initiated by the electors in a petition format or by the county committee itself. But here, what I've been given to understand is that it is the board that is considering the proposal to decrease their membership. So what would happen after that, and I do see that there is the resolution that is on the action agenda for the board's consideration. If that resolution is adopted, that will in effect become the proposal to the county committee. So that resolution would be submitted to the county committee. After that, the county committee is then required to hold a public hearing in the district specific to this proposal. So the county committee, separate from anything that the school board, that our local district governing board is doing, the county committee has its own responsibility to conduct a public hearing to receive input on any change in the board membership. I did put a note there. Some of these proposals have very quick turnaround timelines. This particular, under this ed code provision, there is no specific timeline. So once we submit it to the county committee, they are not obligated to hold the public hearing in any specific period of time, other than arguably a reasonable period of time, which of course lawyers can always argue about what reasonable means. However, once they hold that public hearing, again, this is the county committee's public hearing, the county committee would then either vote to approve or disapprove the proposal. So if we move forward with the resolution tonight, that acts as a proposal to the county committee. They then hold the public hearing, after which they may either approve it or not. This is where there starts to be some additional complexities, because the default, if a county committee approves a proposal of this type, is that approval acts as an order of election. So I'm going to kind of switch gears a little bit here and talk about what an election on this proposal, because it would be specific to the board membership decrease, What that could look like, and I am saying could because some of our outstanding questions pending to CDE. So there is the election process, or you will note there at the top, I've also put the term waiver, which I don't know how much familiarity this board or the community members have, but there is a process under which a local educational agency, which we would qualify as, of course, can request that the State Board of Education waive certain provisions of the education code. So in the event that we move forward with this proposal and the county committee approves it, if we did nothing else, that approval would be an order of election. And under the education code, we actually are given what that ballot question would be. For decreasing the number of the members of the governing board of the district, you're either going to fill in yes or no. Some considerations, and I know several districts that I've worked with on other reorganization or county committee matters have chosen to look at waiver because some of the considerations when you put a proposal like this to the electorate are the cost of the election. Because the cost of the election is something that would be borne by the district. There is the added complexity that our district goes over 2 counties. So you're going to be working with 2 county elections offices. There could potentially be added cost related to that. And there is some planning uncertainty. I've called it governance uncertainty. But if this were to proceed to an election, it would not be known until after that election, whether or not it would be a 5-member board or a 7-member board. So that's not to say I do not have a recommendation at this point in time on election or waiver, but I do think that there's some further information that if the board decides to proceed down this path, we would want to explore. That's going to be another decision point. We have a decision point tonight, and then depending on what we do this evening, we will have some other decision points coming. The other option, so once the county committee approves the proposal, the default would be an election. The district also has the option of going to the State Board of Education to request a general waiver. So if we proceeded along that route, once the county committee approved the proposal, that would be it. The change would be effective. Again, I was hoping to have a timeline because depending on when waivers could be heard and what election timing are, we obviously are coming up to an election in November. I do understand that it sounds like there may be 4 seats that are up. I do not have that timeline right now as to how quickly the county committee would have to approve it for it to be effective in time for November. The other challenge there is going to be the timing of the waiver itself. A little bit more background about what the waiver would be. So under the education code, and I had included the site in there, the State Board of Education shall approve a general waiver request. I've emphasized that because I do want everyone to understand that this is largely a procedural consideration. There are very few circumstances under which the state board, excuse me, let me make that clear, under which the state board can deny a waiver, but there are some. Some more background information about waivers, just so that we all have this context as we move the conversation forward. Waivers are heard at the state board meetings. These meetings occur every 2 months. So there is one coming up in May, then there will be another one coming up in July. Currently, according to the website and in my experience working with the waiver departments, because the CDE provides a recommendation. So the California Department of Education provides a recommendation to the state board to approve or disapprove the waiver request. Currently on the CDE website, the processing time is listed as 10 to 12 weeks. So from the time that a waiver is submitted, and there are steps that have to be taken, we should expect, a district should expect at least 10 to 12 weeks just for the waiver to be processed and then set for a state board hearing. I am providing this background information because I think it is helpful for everyone to understand that a lot of these timelines, the timeline that I would have hoped to be able to have once we get some clarity on some of the sequencing, are going to unfortunately be outside of our local district's control. As soon as we start talking about the county committee or the state board, we're suddenly working on different schedules. So again, I like everyone to understand what the timeline could look like. Some of the items that will be included, and I'll just jump to the next slide because it really is somewhat duplicative of what's on there. If the board made a determination that rather than having it be an election, but if there was a determination to move forward with the waiver and submit a waiver, what we would be obligated to do, what the district must do under the code sections, the district must consult with advisory committees, school site councils, any other parent, common stakeholder groups in the actual development of the waiver. So you consult with your local stakeholder groups. It is also a requirement to consult with all of your bargaining units. The handbook that I've referenced makes very clear that these consultations should occur before the public hearing. And that's the last item there. We go through these consultations, and then there is a public hearing on the waiver that will be submitted to the state board. So these are the steps that generally the state board is going to look at if you submit a waiver. If you have consulted with the appropriate groups, if you have consulted with your bargaining units, and you have held the properly noticed public hearing, absent some very, very few exceptions, they should grant the waiver. I know I have spent a lot of time talking about what a process is that we may or may not be interested in pursuing, but I think it's important that we understand, again, there are going to be some different decision points and that we're still waiting for some input. So I'm going to transition here to the other, I'll say, feature that makes this particular district unique when it comes to this particular proposal. So I was going to say it's not a feature of the district. The fact that we very rarely see a school board that is willing to give up seats. So as I was mentioning, my understanding is that we are what's known as a district-based or by trustee area election area. This is why it was necessary to redraw the maps after the decennial census. This is the most legally defensible because it is legally defensible to a challenge under the California Voting Rights Act. So a district that is, and this also would go for cities and counties, that does district-based elections, or I've also heard it referred to as by trustee area, has a defense to a Voting Rights Act, a California Voting Rights Act challenge. I just provided both the elections code and the education code so that everyone can see the consistency between the election methods. So we have these trustee areas, and we know that we just did the map, we complied with the decennial census. Well, what would the process normally be, setting aside for the moment a possible board membership decrease? What would we normally do outside of the decennial census if we wanted to change our inside lines? Well, we are told, again, this is something under Ed Code that falls to the county committee. So it is under the jurisdiction of the county committee. And it would be a proposal similar to what we would do for a proposal to decrease board membership. A proposal would be submitted to the county committee. Unlike the proposal to decrease board membership, rearranging the internal lines will be essentially deemed approved. If the county committee approves it, that's it. There's no further approval. There's no waiver. There's no election requirement, unless there is a petition from the electorate in the district to challenge the county committee's approval. So unlike there being a default to an election for the board membership proposal, there is only an election if there is a petition after it is approved, for I'll call it the internal lines, where those trustee areas actually are. In any proposal that would look at different trustee areas, you're still going to be obligated to comply with both the Federal Voting Rights Act as well as the California Voting Rights Act. This is going to be maintained in any of the areas that would be drawn. That will be the guiding legal principle, as well as some of the other issues when one is looking at a trustee area, such as communities of interest, the geographical features. There's a whole list of things that a county committee can consider. So we have these two, I don't want to say competing proposals, but two related proposals. There's limited guidance in the statute, in regulations, in the CDE handbook about how, when you have these two related proposals, it is supposed to be processed by the county committee. Some of this is a feature of the fact that many of the Ed Code provisions have not been modified since the 70s, and there's been a significant shift towards this by trustee area or district-based election. But this is when I specifically have reached out to CDE on the question, and I asked them, when a district that is by trustee area submits a proposal to decrease from 7 to 5, essentially, when do they expect the map to be submitted? Do we submit it at the same time to the county committee so that the approval, whether or not that approval is an order of election, or if that approval is do we submit it all as one? Or do they still expect there to be two consecutive, or we'll say complementary proposals, because they are under different education code sections, working their way through the county committee process? That is a conversation I do want to preview for everyone. I am scheduled to have that conversation later this week with the experts in Sacramento who process everything related to do with county committees and school district organization. So I do want that to be, everyone know, I really wanted to have a timeline, and I will have better information once I've had the conversation. The other question that I have asked, because in the education code, there's only one section on school district reorganization that talks about how you handle districts that are in two counties, because voting is typically handled at the county level. Here we have two registrars of voters. We're going to have two county election officials. So I have also asked them if there's any guidance anywhere else, because the one Ed Code provision does not relate to election methods or board membership. It simply relates to territory transfers, which is not what we are discussing. That's between two completely separate districts. So there are two questions that are pending that we are looking for further guidance from CDE, simply because of the unique factual circumstances of our current election method, the mapping, and the fact that this is just not done frequently. We don't have a lot of examples to look to as to how the county committee would sequence, if sequencing is necessary, or if we can submit it as one proposal. So then what are our next steps? I have now repeatedly said, I'm going to be having a conversation with the experts to get any guidance that they can provide, because this would also be the department, if we were to proceed with a waiver, that would be processing our waiver. So I am working with them, finding out what they're going to be looking for as to when we submit a proposal to the county committee, is it supposed to include the map? Is it going to be one full proposal? Or is it going to have to be these two separate tracks because it's under different education code provisions? And there are different requirements related to, is the county committee's approval default to election or waiver? Or is the county committee's approval it, unless there is a petition? So that is the next step. What I am obligated to bring back to the board, to the district, to the community is a timeline. If this evening, the board passes the resolution to move forward with the decrease, once we have that timeline, the next conversation will be whether or not there's an interest in proceeding with the election. And we will work to have some further information regarding cost, regarding the timing for when county election officials would need information, regarding when the county committee would have to have that information. So the next step, assuming we move forward with this proposal, is going to be the timeline and then direction to either proceed as if the county committee's approval is going to be in order of election, or proceed to start doing the consultation process related to the waiver, consulting with our bargaining units, with our other stakeholder groups, and moving that direction. So that's gonna be another decision point. Once that decision point is made, the proposal will actually go to the county committee. And again, this is where there will be some further conversations with the county elections officials as to find out when things would have to be finalized in order to make the November ballot. But assuming that the county committee, assuming that we were going with an election and that the county committee could meet both county election officials' timeline, that question that was on an earlier slide that comes directly from the ed code, should the board decrease its membership, would go to the electorate, and we would know after November 2022 if it would be 7 members or 5 members. We still don't know and are waiting for guidance from CDE on how the map piece, I'll call it, how the trustee area piece would fit into that. With the waiver process, and one of the reasons that I spent a lot of time focusing on the 10 to 12 weeks is that even if we moved with the utmost speed, the earliest that the waiver could be heard by the state board under this 10 to 12 weeks would be at the July meeting. Without talking to county election officials, I'm not sure, and we're going to have to really look at some of these timelines because there are also deadlines related to when the county committee has to act before an election. It's unclear whether or not the change could be effective in time for November 2022, or if we would be looking at the next regular board election, which would be November 2024. In addition to the actual map, the other proposal piece of this would be to sequence which areas are up for election when. So we are given guidance that the recommendation under the ed code, it is not meant to be that all board seats are up for election the same year. The legislature has wanted some institutional consistency to not have an entire board change. So typically on a 7-member board, we're going to be looking at 4 seats up in the 2022 election, 3 seats up in 2024. If we were a 5-member board, we would need to also lay out which new maps were going to be up for election in which years. You're going to have staggered terms. So I think it's also important to keep in mind when we are talking about trustee areas, we are also talking about the sequencing of elections. So those are going to be some other decision points that are coming. Again, I don't want to say it was unsatisfactory. I would have liked to have more information on the timeline, but I know that there is an interest in the community. There is an interest from the board on continuing to explore this process. So we are providing you with as much information as we have at this time, with the option, if the board does elect to adopt the resolution, it will start this process, and I will continue to work with district staff to keep this moving forward and to present the proposal, to get all of these questions answered, and to continue to be available to the board as other decision points will come up. I'm sure there are questions. If there aren't, that's great, but I am here and available. I will stop screen sharing, but thank you all for your time. And again, thank you for the opportunity to work with the district.
No question. It's pretty clear.
Erin, this is Jen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. I didn't know if I should turn on my mic, but I don't want feedback. So I have a question about when you talked about the Voting Rights Acts, both the federal and the California Voting Rights Acts, are and having to comply with those if we, I'm not talking about necessarily trustee area numbers, but actually boundaries. Is it still in the strictest interpretation of being bound to the census data, or are, and I understand that it has to be with the deviation, but you know, there was a question that came up about, hey, 2 years ago, our population may have been different than it is currently. Are we allowed to provide any additional data about who lives in the district and where, or are we bound to the census only?
Some districts elect to commission a more current demography study. You would be working with a demographer because at the end of the day, we will need to be able to demonstrate that the requirements of both the Federal Voting Rights Act as well as the California Voting Rights Act are met. That is an added cost. So I have worked with some districts who I've looked at maybe rearranging trustee boundaries or other items and have chosen to wait until the census data is available simply because that's not going to be an additional cost. I'll say what we would just have to do is have the defensible evidence, and a demographer can provide that updated information, but it is not without cost to the district.
Okay, thank you. My other question is, if the board passes the resolution with the reduction in the number of trustees on the board, I just wanted to clarify that there is no time obligation to get this ready for the November 2022 election, that those time, you're saying that the state board and the county committee do not have time requirements, and is that reciprocated where the board can gather information, and if it's looking like it's going to be 2 years out before it really is solidified, is there a reason for the board to be hurried in taking the next step?
No, the short answer is once if the board adopts a resolution and we are moving forward with the proposal, the timeline has been essentially removed from the district's ability to control. We're then within the county committee and the state board of education. Some of that is by ed code. For example, the county committee, if they are rearranging trustee boundaries, it has to be done 120 days before the next regular election. Well, I did that backwards. That would be July 11th. So if we were moving this entire process forward at the same time, everything would have to be done by July 11, but there remains this question of sequencing of the waiver could not be heard until July 13 or 14, or if it goes to an election, that would not be heard until November. So there are, I do not see a sequence of events unless CDE has some new process that they're going to propose that is not in the ed code currently, that we would be able to affect the change and have the new trustee areas by the November 2022 election. But no, once we have started this process, there is not a deadline by which it has to be completed. There are various considerations that the board working with the community, obviously a longer process, more public meetings provides more of an opportunity to look at trustee areas, to consider, well, what are the outside contours of what we have to do under the federal and the California Voting Rights Act, but then let's discuss communities of interest. Let's discuss geographical boundaries, some of these other considerations that there is more discretion when it comes to structuring the area. So that was not a short answer to your question, my apologies, but the short answer is no, we would not be on a timeline. And as soon as we start this proposal process, it's essentially on the state board and the county committee's timeline.
Thank you.
I have a question. At what point in this process, I mean, obviously, if we go to a 5-member board, we're going to be redrawing district trustee area lines. At what point in this process do we redraw those lines?
That is the question that I have pending to CDE.
Okay,
That is where there is no ed code, there is no Title V regulation, and the reorganization handbook, they are all silent as to how that is supposed to be sequenced.
So I just wanted to let the board know that Erin and I have been working on this. This is the information we have now, 6 weeks after the option for the trustee areas was selected by the board. So I reached out to School and College Legal Services the day after the board meeting, and just to give an indicator of, I kind of felt like I told Erin, hurry. And she said, we just can't, there's just not the information because of the complexities and because it is on the county committee and state boards timelines. So this is, as you know, this has been 6 weeks of work to get to a place where we still are waiting for some more information from CDE.
And I will add to that, right after I spoke with the superintendent, I emailed, there is an individual who I have worked with at CDE. So it was not just the random general information email about school district organization. I had an actual person to direct it to. He very quickly responded, but is in the process of retiring, so passed it on. It took 2 weeks for me to get a response at all, which was it's a gray area, let's do some background. And then an additional 2 weeks to set up the meeting that I tried to get scheduled before this meeting. The earliest that they were available is later this week. So there's, I know that everyone in education has been filling many different roles and wearing many different hats. So I have done what I can to express the urgency. We just unfortunately only have so much information in this, I will say novel, not because it's so the different facts, but there just aren't many districts. There are not many board members that will consider what is going to be the most representative for the community.
Well, you know, one thing is, I didn't realize that we could, does this waiver mean that we would request a waiver from the state and not have to do redistricting?
No, it's about, we had to redistrict. The waiver is about whether we take reducing from 7 to 5 to the ballot.
That is correct.
We were
That
time for the tribes to, have some input into this.
we will. But, and I tell you, I'm really unclear. Did we all as a group decide to redistrict to a 5-member board? Because I don't really recall
I
us
don't
ever
remember
saying.
voting on
It
that.
was,
So, I don't think we did. I think we directed our superintendent to investigate the issue.
Okay,
that's what we asked her to do, was to put it down. I think she did a good job.
because essentially we weren't happy with the lines that were drawn for us. And so we were looking at other options.
And we were intrigued by the possibility that a 5-member board might allow us to have more consideration of the
The area,
areas.
yeah.
Because remember with 7, we're looking at 930 people within the district, for the trustee area, and with 5, that would bring it to 1,300.
Yeah,
We were able to clearly have 1,300 here, 1,300, we were able
Right.
to clearly make those distinctions. So that's why we want to get investigated.
okay.
And it's on, it's in the board packet. We were at this kind of, are we finding anything out? Will we have more information? Erin was able to send her presentation over Friday pretty late. So we had already gotten the resolution prepared. Does not mean it has to be, it's there in case we had additional information. I'm feeling like we're waiting for additional information that we did not get from CDE, but we had it posted in case it was the
Right.
direction the board wanted to go. So it was
And
put
it
on
is an
as.
action item later on. It will be discussed.
Thank you, Erin.
Are you able to stay until we get to the resolution? We have consent agenda and then the resolution.
yes, I can stay.
Okay, in case there's questions specifically about the resolution, which is kind of what you just covered.
Okay.
Short break.
Oh,
Two-minute
sure.
break?
Okay. 5 minutes, 10 minutes,
2 minutes.
2 minutes?
But we're holding. He looked into it last year, the year before. Or yeah, probably. They talked about it a number of times. I know. Yeah. It's wonderful. Yes.
I'm not getting that.
He'll do the work. Or does he want to? Yeah.
Back part is still up in there. That was kind of two very specific presentations in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, half of it isn't necessary. Yeah. And it is working.
Yeah.
I remember the first time I talked to Don Ray about it.
Yeah. It is.
Right now, this is the way it is. We have to. This is the minutes.
Yeah.
Then we have to just have to see.
We'll have another 2 minutes. Well, I didn't. Call the meeting back to order. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the two minor corrections.
Okay.
I specify the corrections.
Yes.
On one of the minutes, we clarified that, you can say that for me,
The second interim.
the second was positive, and the advertisement for a surplus vehicles that we correct the dates that would be offered.
Okay. Anything with the discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Who was the second? Oh, thank you.
Opposed? All right, motion passes. Action items. Members of the public may address the board regarding items on this agenda immediately prior to their being discussed by the board. Time limits, generally 3 minutes per speaker, 20 minutes per subject, will be imposed by the board president. Tim Bussell, you have a comment on 9A, draft resolution number 22 to 26, reduction of school board members from 7 to 5.
Why is this?
Are you asking why we would reduce the board member?
Right.
Well, it all came about in when we were told that we needed to redraw our district lines. And so obviously that's what the resolution was earlier, or
Well, this is a unified school district, right?
right.
So how are these people that you're doing away with their area is gonna be represented?
Well, we're not doing it. What the state is having us do, or the federal government actually, is we have to represent by population. So if we divided our district up into population, we would have all these really weird little lines going, because like the Orleans, Fitchpeck, and Jack Norton areas are very low population. So we have to join other areas to get the population that we need for that one board member. And Hoopa, which has a high population, would end up with more board members, which kind of makes sense because they've been kind of shorted all these years by having 2 representatives for 3,500 people, where we in the river schools, we have 3 representatives for 1,200 people. So what we have to do to be in compliance with the state and federal voting laws is we have to redraw our district line. That help?
Okay, so when can we see something that you're gonna do?
Well, that's what our presentation, so before we do that, we have to have public meetings, and we will have invited, all of the community and different, all the tribes and the community at large to come into the meetings and work with us on how we would like to see these boundaries drawn.
Okay, my suggestion about this, how do we get the word out is, you need to talk to your constituents. People are not talking to their constituents and getting this, and that's how the word is passed better than anything. I don't buy newspapers. Most of the newspapers are bunk anyhow. I read 2 Feathers at Times in this segment. I don't have Facebook because it's a joke, and I don't see it any place else. When I talk with community members, but evidently they don't talk. Nobody's talking from this board. This here is talking to their own constituents. I think there needs to be something there just to get things rolling.
It was, just to clarify, we had 2 board meetings in which we had the chairs of both the Hoopa and council members here. We had 30 days to redraw the lines. That has already been redrawn, and we did vote to what the Hoopa tribe had recommended.
What did
So
you do
it's-
about notifying your constituents?
Okay, 30 seconds.
Nothing, right?
Well, we do advertise. So
It has not been getting to the constituents. That's my period. That's my point of what I'm trying to make. You're not doing enough effort to get to the constituents themselves, informing the people. The people need to understand, maybe your philosophy, maybe this is really a great move. I don't know. but it needs to be discussed and it needs to be with the people of the communities. And how do we get about it? We need to talk amongst ourselves here so that you talk to somebody so they can talk to everybody else. Otherwise, it just gets passed on, just like everything. We're a busy world here and you can't get things done if nobody's talking. A lack of communication is the problem. Not putting it out on a poster or something out there that nobody's seeing.
So you're saying more word of mouth?
Word of mouth is one of the best things to happen if you want to get the word out. If you really want to get the word out, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
we really do. So
Then you need to
that's-
talk to your constituents
thank you
so they
for
can
that.
talk to other people.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Tom?
Martha, unless you're gonna choose to have somebody introduce this item, which would be, be following our regular procedure, then I would be interested in starting a conversation.
Okay,
But you might choose to have Dan or somebody else just introduce the item. But maybe it's already been.
you know what, I did introduce it.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, then I would start the discussion by pointing out that both on this board and in a number of years on the Willow Creek Community Service District, it is normal procedure for a board as an election approaches to make a public statement saying which board members will be up for election and giving timelines. So when does letting the public know when it's time to sign up and when the deadline is. And in this case, because we redistricted, things are a lot different. So I think it's incumbent upon us to be very careful to do that, because the public needs to know who, they could be, for example, much of Willow Creek now is united with Orleans, and that's a very different situation. So to find out more, I called the Humboldt County Office of Education and I talked to somebody named Christine, and I asked her some questions. I asked her when, because our presentators who helped us Plan West presentators explained that they could approximate the boundaries, but that it would take the Humboldt County Office of Education to actually refine the boundary lines to the parcel numbers. So I called up the Humboldt County Office of Elections and I asked, well, when would that be done by? And how would the individual voter find out which district they're in? And the lady I talked to said that she didn't know. She was certainly an impressive bureaucrat and that she was very clear about what she knew and what she didn't know. She did take my name and my phone number and my email address, and she said she would get back to me and that she would also, any communication that she had for me, she would also carbon copy of the district. I haven't heard back from her. So I'm concerned that, for example, even with our present situation of 7 board members, we have some important timely homework to do between now and then. So, for example, the election, the ability to run for these positions will begin on July 18th. So I would think it would be incumbent upon us to have this information resolved, say, at least a month ahead of time at, say, our June meeting, to be able to explain to the public that, the Willow Creek position of the is up for election, and if you live, in this area, you could choose, and we would want to have that information out there by at least a month ahead of time, I would think. So I think we have some significant homework to do just to pull off this next election. And I would be not in favor of starting a new process in the meantime. So I'm actually interested in tabling this I was certainly one of the people that is intrigued by the possibility of a 5-member board, and I still am. One reason to, I think, investigate a 5-member board would be that any legal way to divide up our votes will completely drown out and break up the Klamath River voters, which I think do have some unity amongst them. And the only way to alleviate that, it looks to me like, or at least a better way to alleviate that, would be to go to a 5-member board. And it would allow the river vote to have some unity. So I'm still in favor of investigating a 5-member board, but I don't see that how we could do it in time for the next election. So I would propose that we discuss tabling this proposal to a future date, possibly to right after the next election, say a December or a winter.
Okay.
Well, it'd be probably after the new board has sat.
Mhm.
That would be, I think, in January. So I'm still interested in investigating this, but the timeliness, especially given that there were some significant questions, I think we would do well to table it and start bugging the Humboldt County Office of Education. Oh, the lady I talked to did say that the person who has previously handled this recently retired. So there might not be an expert in the field there, but we do have to make sure that Humboldt County Office of Elections fine tunes our new districts to the parcel number so that we can let our electors know which district they are in.
Well, and so I would add to that, if that is prudent, my concern is that we live with this map forever, and I'm not pleased with this map. That was voted in because we had no choice, but I am not pleased with it. And I don't think that the people that are currently in my area are pleased with it. In fact, I know they're not. So if changing to a 5 district would be better in terms of grouping people together, I'm for that, but I just don't want us to be stuck with this map. So my question, I guess, would be, now this is the map we've adopted. Those people that are in area 3 in the Willow Creek area, they won't be voting this year, right? So they'll be taken off this because my area is not up.
I don't know the answer to that question. That was one of the questions I asked. And the lady I talked to at Humboldt County Office of Education said, I don't know the answer to that. So once again, I think we have some significant questions to ask.
Well, my understanding is that this whole shuffle, for a better word, will happen at the district level. It's not anything we have any say over. At the county level, yeah, at the county level. And I also do know that any sitting trustee will fill out their term. How they approach that, I don't know.
Can I ask Erin a question? So Erin, this is Jen. So I can use myself as an example of currently I live in the area that is covered by area 2. With our new map, I'm in area 3. So I no longer, what Martha was saying is I don't get to vote this time because I have a new trustee in my area. That's like, this is in effect for the November election. The map that was put into place based on the census data.
The map that has been adopted as I was saying, absent a set of circumstances, I do not see happening, particularly given the information regarding the lack of information from the elections office. The map that was adopted will be the map that is in effect for the November 2022 election. So any of the seats that were up, that are going to be up in 2022, if example, it was, trustee area 1, 3, 5, and 7, then the map of trustee area 1, 3, 5, and 7 that has been adopted, those will be the areas that are voting for a trustee that lives within those areas at this upcoming election.
So if two trustees currently, now, with the redrawing of the map, now live in the same area, it's based on the number. If all of a sudden two trustees' home addresses fall in one trustee area, then that will just be rectified in the November 2022 election.
It depends. Are both of those trustee seats up? Because the point that was made about an incumbent serving out their term is correct. Typically when a map is adopted, and I don't know if your demographer worked through this, but typically when a map is adopted, an election sequence is also adopted so that it's clear in the event that there are two trustees in the same area, the trustee in 2022 would not run, whose term was up in 2022, would not be able to run for this particular election cycle, but they could then challenge the trustee who will be up in 2024 to represent that area.
Their new area.
Okay, the way I looked at the map here, the new map, trustee area 7, Debbie is not up for re-election, so she would be there. Area 3, Martha is not up for election, so she would stay there. Area 4, KTJUSD is not up for election, so she would stay there. Now, I'm an old area 3, and I am not rerunning for election, but my side of the Coopa Valley Reservation has 2 area 5 and 6, so there'll be 2 trustees elected in my place. And I am concerned because we don't know who, we don't know here, neither does the public or the voters on where those lines are, what road, where, what parcel. And so that's what the elections office has to come up with by July 18 in order for people to run. Now, Tom and Carrie are up for election. I know Carrie is not rerunning from Salyer, and that is merged in with part of Willow Creek. So, and there's a new area 2, which we need to look at, which I'm not sure exactly. That looks like it's the golf course in that area, but we can't, I can't zero in.
That Plan West had a different map than this that showed more like
Street
the river was the river was one of the boundaries and the road like that. I thought we saw a different map.
Not on the one that
I know that's what I'm looking at too, but I thought we had a different map that those guys Plan West or whatever they came up with.
This map,
On the computer.
On the computer, okay.
yeah, on the computer, you can enlarge it and see.
Yeah, because it's not clear here.
But there's no line for him. He must be.
Well, he's
I
not
mean, he kind of
connected.
can
Yeah,
see.
I know where his spot is.
No, because it's consumed by Debbie.
But
Here's
there's
the
still,
part
but
where.
there's still 7 numbers.
So there are 2.
Well,
there
but you're gonna
two more.
have one here, 2
Here.
It,
I think so.
Ultimately, it's nothing that we have a decision.
Of course, look at the river.
County. It will decide exactly which house, where.
This is one.
But it's not by the comment? Nothing we can- we can do.
Makes sense.
Right.
It's the only way it makes sense.
So Aaron, I don't know which exactly what direction the board will take, but I heard there was one recommendation for tabling. We know how to make a motion and second it and vote yes or no, but procedurally, if something's gonna be tabled, would that be just by consensus, or is that just
It's just, if there's no motion, then the item doesn't move forward. You don't actually have to do anything. It's if an item is up for action, unless there is a motion, you just move past it and the item was not approved.
thank you.
Okay. So is our motion failed?
There's just no motion.
Well, I would ask, because
So ask.
if we, I would like to have some discussion on
Yeah.
it. I don't feel like we can discuss it without making a motion, but I'm not necessarily sure. how-
I can make it, I'll make a motion.
Well, I know
Discuss
we're
first.
just new.
Okay. To adopt the resolution would be our motion, right?
No,
We're
my
under-
my
we're
motion,
not- We're not under Robert's rules of order,
Okay.
so we can have public
Discussion.
discussion here, and then come up with
Decide
a
if we want to do
motion
it.
if we choose.
So.
or if we prefer, I can make a motion to table this, say, until January of next year, that would be after the election.
But that puts us out, puts us out a long ways, and at least if we were to get started on something like this.
Can
you
can we start this process now with, perhaps we won't, we'll get the process started, but we don't have to have it on the county election rolls this year.
If there is an interest, if I may make a recommendation, and that I'll defer to the board president, but if I may make a recommendation, how about we get the information? Like I said, I really wanted to have the timeline and some better information about the map. I understand that there's an interest in getting this process underway and that the community is interested in it. But if it is the board's pleasure, we could this item would not move forward on the agenda, but there could be direction to district staff to bring the item back once there is further information. Specific to, it sounds like there was also some uncertainty, which I'm a little surprised that the county elections office, because the map should be done by census block. I will work with your superintendent, but my recommendation would be, if there's an interest, there can be a request that an item, it does not have to be a resolution, but an item be brought to the next regular board meeting, or if there's a need for a special meeting, just a request to district staff to come back when we have some further direction on both the question of the current 7 trustee area map, as well as the timeline and the CDE directed process in the event of a transition from 7 to 5.
Do you want to make that? So that would be a motion to,
Or did,
No,
direction.
we just,
give me direct, just to,
okay, so we want that.
yes.
Okay.
So Aaron, we'll continue to get information and I can continue to put that to the board, and I can either, when we meet, put it on for discussion as a discussion item and an update.
Okay,
If there's something that looks a little more tangible, we could talk about it being an action item.
Okay.
Or we'll continue the work with slow work, but we'll continue that.
okay. Sounds good.
Thank you, Aaron.
Absolutely. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Okay.
Just super quick, I think that trustee O'Gorman brings up a really solid point too, that I think that before today, right, we were like, let's do it 5-member board, we're gonna do it like this and make it in time for the election. That is much more clear that that's not very likely it's going to happen that way. So that does, I think, shift the focus some, that while we're also pursuing the change from 7 to 5, we also have to figure out our lines for our current 7, because July 18th will be here very soon. And I did like the suggestion of really getting it at least a month in advance so that we know who lives in what district and how to really have an election for November. So I just want to add that in the directive, if possible, if the board's up for that, to make sure that that is not left out of this conversation too, that we are getting those things in order as well.
Oh, okay. I think the map that we chose is the one we're stuck with for the, the one that we have for this election.
Have you
Remember?
seen that map?
I have, but it sounded like it wasn't final. Is that my understanding, that the county office,
Finalizes.
that they
They
still have to do
identify-
the exact parcels?
Yeah,
and-
they identify exact.
Right, so we have like an idea of what it could be, but
Right.
until we know which creek, river, road it's going to be,
Yeah.
that will make a pretty big difference, I think, in run for what's.
Well, with this
And,
map, you can tell that it's gonna, that area 7 is gonna run way into the square over here, and especially up in the Hostler Creek area, so,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think that, I like Tom was very interested in reducing to 5 members, because I felt like it's the only way that the river communities have a fair say in the governing of the schools. But it does sound as if it's a long process, and it's not something that we're gonna be able to implement by November. But I kind of am concerned that if we don't start the process, it's not gonna be able to be implemented the following year either. I mean, this sounds like it could extend if we're not in control of the timeline. So I would like to see you bring it back when we can have those questions answered. And I do want to say that, the tribes were supportive of that idea, and the tribes were not thrilled with this map, but this was the map that we could all come together and agree on. And I think that, looking at it now, I'm real unhappy with it, but I voted for it because it was the best,
It was the only,
best
yeah.
case scenario.
Right.
And with the tribes both here saying this is the one that we want to go with. But I do feel like the integrity of the Orleans community has really been altered here.
And the Cutting tribe, when given this map, were not happy.
I'm sure they were not happy with it, as I'm sure some of the Willow Creek community was not happy with it, but that being said, I think that theoretically, moving forward to a 5-member, a 5 trustee area is really the only way to allow for that kind of integrity. And so I hope that we can continue to move in that direction. And I know that I don't want to get stuck with this map either. So I'm in line with you and I'm in line with Tom. So however we can do this, we need to do this.
Yeah, I guess that's just my concern. We don't lose sight of this as something that we're gonna do.
Absolutely. And I think conveying that information, because I think that's why we all came to that consensus when it was like, okay, we'll approve this so we meet the deadline, right? Like we'll just get this done and then move to the 7 to 5. But now knowing that it's changed, the timeline is changing with that, I think conveying that information to the tribes is especially important. And not necessarily, we don't love that map either, but we will also potentially have more seats, but at the same time, we still want this process to be fair and representative of all of the communities that the district serves.
Yeah.
So just sharing, I think, that information as soon as it's available, even before a month's time, when it comes back here, if possible, if that's something the superintendent could relay to different tribal contacts, I think that would be helpful too. Just so everybody has the heads up and isn't like, what are we doing in July when we're having elections based on that, which is not what I.
So I think there's 2 different issues. One is proceeding with Aaron and getting the timeline for the 7, the number of trustee areas. And then regardless of how quickly that moves, and we have this actually as a discussion item for later, to have the commitment to make sure that folks know that where you might not be voting this time because of, and how to really get that information out. I think that there are certain things that we have no control over, which is the County Office of Elections identifying specific addresses. They're very amenable to working with school districts. I've always been, they've been very helpful I think there's a capacity issue because Lucinda was there for a really long time. And now it may take a little bit longer, but for us to say, we have some very significant changes, we need them to be able to convey that. Like, we just simply can't do that, but I can work with the Office of Elections as well to say, please don't wait until June to tell us where we're all voting. I mean, I can clearly see now that I am in the same area as Martha, and we don't live anywhere near each other. So,
Not
so
only
there's,
that, but we need to let people know what districts are up for election so
yeah.
that people can run.
so yeah, and so we need to we'll get that really cleared up with the County Office of Elections because the numbering changed when like trustee area 5 and is now not in the
3.
same location.
Yeah.
So Aaron, I'll also probably ask that seems to be a more timely issue because that election is happening no matter what we do.
I would concur with that approach, that getting clear direction from the elections office as to where the lines are so that we know who is eligible to run for that seat, as well as the members of the community understand whether or not their area is up in this election.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reauthorization of the top professor at Trinity Valley Elementary School. All right.
What is that? What's that about?
Okay.
So yeah, I just want to introduce two staff who are here. It's a program that was authorized a year ago as one of our efforts to provide supports to students with behaviors that may be challenging for them to spend their entire day in their regular classroom. We worked with the Humboldt County SELPA to identify some parameters. One of the things that was absolutely made really clear from the executive director of the SELPA, well, she's currently executive director. She said, this is a model that has a high level of failure. And I said, oh boy, that doesn't sound encouraging. And she said, here's what you need. You need staff that are willing. You of course have to identify that you have students that have behavioral supports, but you have to have the infrastructure, and the administrator at the site has to be 100% in. And we had some specific students that were displaying some needs for some exceptional supports. So that's when I approached Jacqueline or Jack. This was not an approach. This was an ongoing conversation. So Jacqueline McCullough, who is the principal of Trinity Valley, and Kirsten Wright, who is the pop classroom teacher, are here to answer questions. Or I had asked for you to guys just to give a little bit of an overview of number of students that are served. And what we did at the board meeting, I think last May or April, was to pilot this program. When we started talking about, wow, the school year's almost over, what are we doing next year? And so we started the discussion about continuing it. So do you want to talk about it, either of you?
Yeah, so Kirsten did a nice little overview for you guys in the board packet. So hopefully I had a chance to look at that. Initially, we had some pretty significant needs for a couple of particular students at my school. And so I said to Dr. Kimball, you know, should we send these kids to another school? We started looking at what's available in the county. And long story short, there's not much. And then I realized, like, wait a second, we can do this. Our school district can do this. Why are we not offering these things? And so, because of course, my school is not the only school that has some kids with some severe behavior needs. So the plan was to kind of pilot something. We got the perfect person because she's dual credentialed. So she has a special ed credential and a gen ed credential. And said, well, we're going to try this. And so we tried it, and I feel like we had a lot of successes this year. We want to continue with it. Kirsten can speak a little bit more about students that have been served, how many have been served. It's a unique program because most of our offerings in our district are for special ed kids that already have IEPs, and we service kids who don't have IEPs. They just have to have a
functional behavioral analysis, an FBA. So you can get one of those without an IEP. And so we're servicing those kids that don't necessarily, a lot of them don't even qualify for IEPs. I have 2 kids in the program that their parents were fighting, IEP, you know, I want an IEP, and they didn't qualify. And they just simply don't. They don't have any qualifying factors. And so this is awesome that we're kind of, you know, filling in the gaps there. So it's exciting. I'm gonna let Kirsten say a few things, not to put you on the spot too much, and then answer questions for you guys too, if you have questions. So go ahead.
I'll put my phone down. I have notes on my phone, so I'm not being distracted. So when Jacqueline approached me about this program, it came from the philosophy that when students are struggling with behavior, there's nobody to teach them. You know, a child has, they need speech services, we send them to a speech specialist. They need occupational therapy, they go to an OT. They need a resource, they go to a special education teacher. When kids have behavior plans, I've written plenty of behavior plans, and you hand them to the general ed teacher and you're kind of like, good luck, like, let me know what I can do to support you in the classroom with this kid. But behavior really needs to be taught. It needs to be taught explicitly, and it needs to be taught using evidence-based practices. And that's the foundation of this program, that we're not just kind of like guessing and figuring out. I work really closely with the behaviorists from the County Office of Ed, Sandy Radicashiro, and we really work to tailor make students' needs the focus of what they need to work on. So a typical day in our classroom, it's not a self-contained room, it's the Positive Opportunity Program, or we call it the POP room, which is kind of cute because the kids do kind of pop in and out, you know, it's not self-contained. And we only focus on behavior. We do not do any academics. And the idea is that part of specialized academic instruction, which is what kids get when they go to a resource teacher for special education, can also be behavior too. So like Jacqueline said, the really neat thing about this program is I have kids that come to me every morning, and they either come to me or to my aides. We read a social story about being safe, respectful, responsible. We read a school pledge, and then they set 3 goals for themselves personally. What's going to be their safe goal? What's going to be their responsible goal? What's going to be their respectful goal? They come up with that themselves. And then we check in with them 4 times a day, and we sit with them and they rate themselves with us and with their teacher, depending on if the teacher is comfortable with that, but and the student too. And the kids know what they need. I have an 8th grader, one of his almost everyday goals is don't do stupid stuff. He knows what that means. He knows it means don't chuck a ball at somebody's head. Don't get mad and lose my temper and cuss at somebody, you know? So I come in and I check in with him. And that looks very different with an 8th grader versus like a 3rd grader. 3rd graders can come to my room. They get to sit on my big exercise ball. We lie on the ground, we talk, whatever. 8th grade is more like they're outside playing basketball, and I'm kind of like coming up to them and, hey, how's it going? How you doing on your goals? Let's look at your sheet, you know. So because we serve such a diverse population, it's really neat that we get to interact with kids in a very different way. And that was something that Sandy Radicashiro told me. She just said, don't expect your older kids to come to your room because there might be stigma around it. A big thing in special education is the time, like the percentage of kids spend in and out of general education. So depending on their needs, you don't really, you want them in the least restrictive environment. So because I have dual credentials, the time that they're with me, maybe in a small group, or I'm working with them in the classroom, they're with their general ed population. So we're not adding minutes to their day where we're isolating them. The neat thing about for the kids who don't qualify for special ed, but still need that behavior support, and I think I did the numbers, and I think 42% of the kids I work with do not qualify for special ed, but they have behavior plans. It's part of their general education program too. So it's really nice because it meets the needs of a lot of people. I'm also working really hard with the teachers to implement tier 1 intervention. So I'm working with them to do like the safe, respectful, responsible social story every morning, the class pledge. I'm encouraging the teachers to be a part of the goals that the children set for themselves every day. We take the paper, and for the younger kids, they don't mind, but we just tape it on their desk so they can see it and remember, like, you need to come check in with me, because they get points when they rate themselves. And then we have store at the end of every week, and they come in and they can buy goodies or have computer time or whatever they want to work for. So I really get to serve like tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. I feel like, unfortunately, like Jacqueline was saying, parents wanted special education, which is a tier 3 intervention, because that was the only way their children can access services. But having this program and having it facilitated by somebody like myself who has dual credentials, I can work with anybody. So it's really a neat opportunity. We've had some great successes this year. We've worked a lot on like emotional regulation, navigating through your day. If you look in the packet, there's all kinds of things that I've worked on throughout the year with different kids, how to accept no, how to, it's not okay. It's not okay to always win. You know, if you have a student in class that constantly during free choice time, they lose and they get really mad and they throw a fit or they cheat, you know, so we talk about those things, and we talk about like, it's okay not to always win, and it's okay to be happy for your friends when, you know, they win and you don't. And these are the things that aren't okay. You know, you don't get to kick and scream and be upset, you know, it's okay. It's because you can play a game and be happy for your friends when they win. And again, these are research-based practices that we're doing. They're evidence-based. So they're really, really effective with the kids. I feel like the program, you know, this first year has been like a pilot program, kind of figuring out what the room is, what it's not. We were really, Jacqueline and I were really clear, we didn't want this to become like a parking lot for kids where teachers are like, get this kid out of my room, send him to the pop room. You know, I made that really clear, like, no, but if you can let me know when this child is struggling, then we can arrange ahead of time that they can work for like 15 minutes in the pop room to play, or you notice they're freaking out, like, hey, why don't you go take a break in the pop room? I also train my aides a lot too. I have 2 program aides. And I train them a lot on how to work with students, how to deal with like emotional regulation, or when students are elevated with stress, what to say and what not to say, depending on where they are, when to just like step away and make sure they're safe, but not say anything, because it's just going to make the kid escalate more. And I'm really starting to get to work with the teachers too. Most of them are really, really open to doing more on a systematic basis to, which is great, because if we start with the little kids and they're doing the same thing every day and the expectations are there, by the time they get to 8th grade, everything will just be completely internalized. I've also offered my skills up as a settle up coach too, because I really believe in settle up. And so I have a lot of experience in settle up from working downriver. And I've had a couple of teachers take me up on that as part of their classroom management. So I help train other teachers and stuff.
Kristen, I want to add to, so there's training going on with students, but there's also training going on with the teachers. And so I definitely think that for a long time, we as teachers have been trained, you know, students are a certain way, they go to this, they go to the resource room, they go to this, they, you know, and there's really, it's a different approach. It's definitely more of a trauma-informed approach, actually. And so a lot of the teachers are getting some training and new ideas about how to deal with students, and they kind of don't even realize it, I think, you know, because Kirsten's sneaky like that, training everybody. And so it's a culture shift at our school. It's a total culture shift. And so that doesn't happen overnight. I don't think it happened in 1 year. I think we have a lot of work to do, but it's really exciting because I do feel like we're on the right track, you know, on the right path. There was 3 students in particular that have, at any given day, if you walk into the Trinity Valley office, you may see one of those 3 students, you know, for something. It's just not even happening now. it's just simply, they're just not in the office anymore. They're learning to control themselves, or maybe they're spending more time with Miss Kirsten in her room too, but it's really exciting. And like Jen said at the beginning, I found out when I started researching these programs and I started looking at like what was offered in the county, and there wasn't much, if anything, 2 programs in one's high school. Then I started looking out at other programs, and the failure rate is really high. So it was kind of like, oh, a little bit daunting, but I think it takes having the right person and the right staff. And so I think we have kind of that perfect storm, and yeah, it's really exciting. So, yes.
So this is happening at Trinity Valley.
It's the pilot school, yeah.
When's it gonna happen in Brookville?
I hope that that's what we
have a
end
lot
up
of
doing.
problem, behavior problems.
No, I agree. And so the plan was initially to start it out at Trinity Valley and kind of see how that goes. So I think that's definitely one of the next steps for sure.
I was wondering how many
Okay.
kids are involved in, oh, sorry.
No, that's, yeah,
Jen has a.
and I just wanted to address, but did you have like the numbers? I know it's a moving
Yeah.
population of students.
Yeah, I think there were 16 total, like, and some kids have kind of come and gone, and that's kind of like a typical caseload, like for a resource teacher or an SDC teacher. And I have to say that, you know, the students that we have are definitely the students where the teachers come to me and they're like, I really need help with this kid. So it's not like, it's like on the continuum where we're taking like super kind of like kids with small problems, like, you know, kids that are really having a hard time adjusting. So we have about 16 now that we do a check-in, check out with every single day. And it's funny too, because a lot of the kids who kind of need the pop room like gravitate, like they'll walk by my room and be like, oh, I've never seen this room before. What is this? I'm like, this is the pop room. And they come in, they're like, oh, this is cool. And then they'll ask me all the heck of the pop room. And those are the ones where the teachers are going, I need you to look at this kid, you know. So another thing we do is we gather data on kids too. So if a teacher messages me, or maybe Jacqueline says something, or a social worker, I will go in, or I'll send the aides in. And we actually use data we collect data through observations.
So teachers could typically do that if they had some training from you, or there's books to read about?
I
it
mean,
and things?
yeah, there are, but collecting data is really hard when you're teaching, because literally you're sitting there, like I had a student who the teacher said, he keeps turning around and distracting kids around him. So I literally tracked his behavior for 1 minute. Just for 1 minute, I sat there, and every time he bothered his neighbor, I made a mark. And it was like, I mean, in 60 seconds, I think it was like 45 times, because this little guy was just having so much trouble, you know, and that gave me some really good data, but you can't do that when you're teaching. So again, this is like a service, like we send kids to speech, we send kids to OT, we send kids to resource, but we don't have anywhere to send kids for behavior, to really learn behavior, to really be taught and checked in on and looked after. I mean, a lot of my time is spent on the playground with the upper grade kids. I have a couple of upper graders that they really struggle, especially at recess. That's when the majority of their issues come up. And so I'm out there, and immediately when something happens, I'm like, hey, come here. I saw you do that. When you do that, this is how you're perceived. And I know you're not that way, and you don't want to be perceived that way. So next time, just do this instead. And the kid's like, oh, okay. But you know, you've got to be right there to like remind them. And so we're all over the place. I walk about 3 miles a day on campus. I have a tracker on my phone. And yeah, I sleep well too.
Thank you, Kirsten.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So I think, you know, when I addressed this with staff, they immediately were like, yes, we really, you know, building a model program takes time. And so I feel like it was like, we're just getting started. We absolutely looked at this as a pilot. It's something that I don't think there's any school anywhere that would not say that this is a service that they desire. But what we want to be able to do is emulate a program that is solid, and that we've worked out any inconsistencies, staffing issues, you know. And so that was why we said we're ready to have another year, not ready to expand quite yet. We're ready, you know, to continue to build the program at the current site.
Don't we have a behavior specialist that works here at UPA and maybe to the other schools too?
We have some behavior support assistant, there's behavior assistance, yes, that's given across the district. I think that the nature of this is really intensive.
Right.
And I-
understand that, but I mean, I just thought.
Yeah, there's other
I
behavior
thought we would
services,
have like a-
definitely, yeah.
So,
So we wanted to just, continue and not feel like it was
Yeah,
sunsetting.
no, Perfect. yeah.
I move we approve this.
And I second it too, yeah.
All in favor?
The third. or
Aye.
whatever it takes.
Laura Lee and Debbie, did you second?
seconded,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Laura Lee, first today.
Thank you. All right, thanks for coming and waiting and presenting. And I do want to say, in addition to Kirsten's credentials, she's the ideal person to have so much more than actually the credentials she has. So thank you.
I think you should travel to
Put your
that.
keep on the-
We'll make Trinity Valley independent.
Item 2, establishment of a wellness outreach specialist.
So this is me as well. At the last meeting, we put wellness outreach specialist in the board packet for information for you to review. It's a recommendation that the wellness team, along with Two Feathers, is making to support the system that, extends beyond the center and to really standardize our system of care. The wellness coordinator was approved for, after this year, 2 additional years with using some of our COVID-related funding and mitigating some of the lasting impacts of COVID. So that would be the same for this, to establish a 2-year position. This position would work in conjunction with the wellness coordinator.
Now, is this in addition to, we have a person in there, so this would be another position?
Well, we did a resolution to eliminate the position that's currently now part of the county program. So this, in some ways, I don't want to say replaces, it's different, but it's kind of us taking ownership of that position. But we do have an outreach specialist who works at the wellness center. So which sunsets at the end of this year. So this would be kind of reinstating it, but more our position. That position's ending.
One position is ending, so are there other outreach? How does this interact with the other outreach social workers?
This person would work with the other outreach specialists, but would be really centered in the wellness center and being able to kind of do some triage. So if a student comes in, we don't instantly send them to a clinician. This person would, have to have some skills to say, okay, we're going to look at what the needs are. I mean,
So we still have like Verlo there.
oh yeah, this is different.
Okay.
Yeah, and her efforts have been directed to welcoming students, and she really has a different position. I mean, she's good at having kids come in, but somebody that has the training to be able to direct students to the appropriate level of care.
Okay, so this is a classified grant-funded 2-year position, but you don't have on the range salary schedule range. It's to be determined.
Oh, I thought that they had attached. Okay, so is it not in the salary? It's not in the job description?
No.
I'm sorry. So currently, it would be equivalent to the student, what's now the student case manager. I'll have to pull up the salary schedule. So there's outreach, which is school site-based, and then we currently have a grant-funded student case manager. So which are not on the same steps.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, so we have
Salary
two.
schedule, what subject?
So there's I have to look at what the actual numbers are. There's the salary schedule for the site-based outreach consultants, which is the old SB 65s. We currently, through the Humboldt Bridges to Success, have a temporary position that we just eliminated because it ends this year. And that is about 2 ranges higher. So I didn't realize we hadn't put a recommendation. It's really a student case manager, kind of replacing what the Humboldt Bridges is. So I can look at what the actual ranges are. Unless we have So, schedule. Okay, we heard it earlier, so I think it's ranging. And, but I will look at what we have, or we could say to be equal to the current student case manager, which is the bridges. The responsibilities are higher than site-based because of the case management.
So equivalent to, what was that
The
again?
student case manager, which is the Humboldt Bridges position.
It would be a little more than
Than a site-based.
a site-based position.
I just have a question, will we then just open this up then for an opportunity for in-house?
Yeah, transfer first. The grant funded things, I do have to say, are troublesome because then when they end, people, bump back into positions, so.
I move we approve.
A second.
All in favor?
And is it? Morally, and the approval is with, to keep it with the student case manager range. Okay, thank you. And the letter probably changed.
Establishment of assistant safety officer.
So this was a recommendation that came from the safety committee. I brought it actually. It was also on the board agenda last month as an information item. There was a request that we're still working on when I met with the cabinet to discuss this. They said, so what is the real need? And I thought it was a really good, information request. Because what we hear from the sites is we need more from the school resource officer. We need his presence more. But one of the things that I did ask him to do, which I don't have this data yet, so if we need to table this, I can bring this back next month, is how many calls are you responding to? How many calls are you responding to that maybe should be handled by school site staff? And really just getting a little bit more information. I think that there are going to be folks that say no matter what information we provide, they want additional safety. So this again would be like a two-year at the expiration of the COVID funds to go be done.
I make a motion to approve that.
I'll second that.
Any discussion?
So in that case, do I need to bring any more information? I can still try to bring some data. And it's just one of the things that when Mark and I were putting the agenda together is how many calls were prevented.
I don't think so, because the importance is having safety officer presence to students.
Yeah.
Okay.
So where is the funding coming?
This would have to be through COVID funds also through one-time funds. And we're going to have to review some of our plans and shift monies around for positions that weren't filled. It's not an endless pot, but there to replace some of the positions that we did not fill.
So this, we will be advertising for applicants and Willie will be training or training
Yes,
them.
yeah. Help you come up with a partner too. And he actually was the one who kind of got the
Well,
job
I mean,
description.
maybe could we include some of that training to be something like part of what a Kirsten's doing, I mean, with that
I
person
think the
really to
person, yeah.
give them all the tools that they need, help them to help kids when they're in a, having a bad day.
Where does this still fit in with our trauma-informed practices? I'd like to know what the model was that Erica and a group of people went back and how did they handle stuff like that?
I honestly can't remember a safety officer. I think that the approach was much more like the presentation that was just heard, and I'm thrilled that that's happening, but it's also something that we suggested as soon as we came back in terms of the concept of like a reflection room and a place where you're able to check in, get resources, get tools. So that's absolutely what's happening at Trinity Valley, just based on what was shared tonight. So I think that that's really exciting. I think that a potentially missing component of our current safety officer, I guess, operations could be that restorative piece of what that looks like. I think that the presence is definitely there and happens, but then what happens after that? So I'm glad that there will be more help available, but I think the training component is spot on to say, well, what are the tools that they're coming in with? What are the, I guess, the strengths that they can bring to not, because like most safety officers in the country probably are basically on the punitive side, right? Where it's much more like, I'm gonna cite you and you're gonna go to court and you have, gotta go through this disciplinary process. Whereas there can be the other approaches too of like, what is the restorative approach? What is trauma-informed look like? What is, I guess, mindful practices in those really intense situations that might be more of like a crisis situation and how you respond. So I do hope that we will have a seat at that table when those interview questions are being processed or when the hiring process is taking place for those exact reasons. And just to reiterate and remember, please keep us involved in those hiring processes, because I think that it's easy to sometimes say, yes, they have all of this experience in a safety officer system, but is it also coming with the value and the strengths and relationships that they're willing to build with their kids? Because I think that's what it all comes down to, is the relationship pieces. But I will also, in the meantime, do some research for you, because I'm sure that there are examples. There's got to be that I'm sure we can find. I know that when we had paid for some staff to go to a training in Washington, they had a whole section on like coaching, like trauma-informed coaching. So like sports athletics coaching. So there's got to be for safety officers as well. So if I find anything, I will definitely let you know.
And I think that, one of the selling points for me was Will talking about wanting to be in classrooms more and do more education, and just not being able to because he's just being called away and having large amounts of ground to cover. And I think that that would be another time when we could work towards what kinds of, the presence being, and the education piece, kind of having a tiered approach. I don't think that necessarily, there may be some things that we want to look at with the job description, but that's why we put it through. And I feel like I was waiting for some more information from him, but it just, the timing was, not good. I thought the cabinet brought us some really good points about, is this, there's no way that we want this to be brought on as anything like a punitive, but when you put the word officer in it, it seems like it.
And I think we've been really blessed in our safety officer that we have. His approach is very effective in this community. So I do want to piggyback on what she's saying when we're looking at who is interviewing and what the overall goal of this board is for this safety officer plan that we have. I want to be sure that we're careful in that selection. And it's a reflection of who we are and what we want for our community.
And so I think that, if we're ready to do this, these short-term things are, if we don't build capacity with all of our staff, then when these positions, the outreach specialist, the safety officer, and then the next one go away, we're going to feel very crippled by, things being removed. So I just caution the board. I'm bringing them as recommendations with that. They can't just be short-term positions that we rely on. We have to make sure that they're infusing knowledge and training into other areas, just like Kirsten was talking about, training the teachers. So this is the one I'm not, I'm still in favor. It was, the safety committee discussed it, but I just am a little more reluctant. And if we wanted to wait, it doesn't have to be an immediate thing, but I know Debbie already moved to approve it.
And one of the things that I see with this position is, because you may not see the data or calls, but that person being there is a huge prevention. If there's that person standing over at Cookie Park, guess who's not going to Cookie Park at one time, and then skipping class. So I see a prevention, and where kids will get used to, oh gosh, yeah, I can't go there because that guy's over there and he'll write me Let's go to class.
And there, he doesn't just deal with kids, I just wanna say, like, he's also helped so many times with parent issues. With, you know, people that aren't supposed to be on our campus coming on camp, you know, it's not just the kid piece, there's the real safety piece, like, we do need support at all of our schools, you know, so. I mean, I had to call Willie because there was some guy on our campus numerous times that I stopped and said, you aren't going anywhere, you just wait right there, sir. And I called Willie, he was like, he flew from Hoopa and got right there and supported me in a big, big way, way faster than the police could even get there. So, yeah, just want to say, it's not just the kid piece, it's the bigger piece too.
Yeah.
In your motion, did you include that to approve this as a 2-year position funded through COVID funds?
Right, I have that. Yes, to the COVID funds. But then, I mean, you know, we did away with several positions that had dollars in there that maybe could come into play, right, at some place point.
Well, we still have what 2 million from over our head on our facilities. So.
I think that we'll have to look at those in a year. We'll have to really look at what are the things we want to continue as permanent positions. Do we expect will go away? I think that now while we have, you know, right now I'm going 3, asking for 3 positions in a row to be added. So, but I guess this one's, we'll take care of this one first.
So we have a motion.
We did.
So all in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Establishment of 2 additional ELA curriculum and literacy coach positions.
So this is my big spender evening. This is my proposal. This is after directly meeting with our Success for All coaches. We have 2 that come out every month as part of our contract. Our big expense with the English language arts reading program is the human power and the coaching that they offer. The materials are kind of, you know, they're good, but it's not like we have very high dollar books that we have to replace each year. It's, I think, an excellent model because it comes with so much training for our staff and support. When I had my last meeting with the regional implementation director and then our lead coach, they said, Trinity, so what we have now is 1 facilitator or 1 coach who covers Trinity Valley and the little schools. And Hoopa came up with its own model of shared leadership. And they said it's simply Trinity Valley is simply too big of a school to share a coach with the river schools, that they really need their own. She also, Terry Faulkner also said, year 2 is by far the most critical year of implementation because this is when teachers all have already had a year to kind of dabble, fall on their face, have successes, but this is when the implementation really gets rolling. She said, if anything, this would be the year to give the support. So we currently have 1 coach that we approved for 3 years. They're recommending adding 2 coaches. Hoopa Elementary has an early literacy block grant that is designed exactly for things like this, to build capacity with their teachers. They also have their continuous support and improvement grant. So they're kind of financially independent and they have those resources allocated to support something like this. And I talked to the principal about making sure that he writes these action items into the literacy plan with the state money for the early literacy block grant and into their next SIPSA, which would utilize their funding. So the establishment of 2 additional positions would really mean, you know, coming up with funding from either our general fund, our unrestricted. We do have some of the comprehensive support monies, you know, federal monies for the river school. So it'd be kind of this mashup of different funding streams. But,
so are these stipends or are these actual positions?
Actual positions.
For
Can you stay for just a second?
And this
Okay.
person is in that position now, is he the man that's a retired teacher?
He's,
Is
no,
doing
it's-
that?
we have a teacher who transferred over. And what, the way that Terry explained, so it's a position, it is not in addition to, we, at Hoopa L, they do have somebody who is a teacher and is doing this in addition to, and they aren't gonna be able to do it next year. It's just been, they're actually working this whole week during spring break. It's just simply too much. Especially for a school the size of Hoopa L, is a full-time job. What Terry explained to me, what she has observed is because everyone's stretched so thin, they're doing a really good job of managing materials. They're getting very little time comparatively what we would expect to do coaching and to do actual like working with students and looking at data. They're kind of, there's the three parts to the job.
So what salary schedule are they on?
I would just be a regular teacher. It's a certificated teaching position. So any of our teachers could transfer, with the experience and with the background, could transfer into that.
And so this is for a 2-year time period.
Correct.
Do we have the workforce to support this? Can we afford to lose 2 teachers?
Well, that's we're hoping that we would be able to. I mean, as I said earlier, there are more people getting their credentials than we had thought was going to be happening. That's always a fear. When somebody goes into administration or somebody goes into a coaching position, it's like we're losing. Usually they're experienced teachers that have that area, but the way that philosophically looking at it is they have the potential to influence and support 10 to 20 teachers and lift all of that up. And I do share that fear of like, oh, what if it's a really good reading teacher? And that's usually they're excellent coaches because they have it down. And so their job is to build in Jacqueline's school 10 new really good reading teachers and support them, or at Hoover Elementary 20 new really good reading teachers.
I think too, in the past, we've waited far too long to apply positions for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes people don't resign until later on or whatever. But getting ahead of this right now, like in April, and being able to apply positions, people are getting out of the credential program right now. They're looking for jobs, and so I think that I'm hopeful that we'll be able to find more teachers too, that we're on top of things. I think, not that we haven't been in the past, but I think it's even better this year. So I think that that's a positive for us as far as, being able to find people.
I kind of feel like if we want success for all to be successful, we kind of need to prepare everything. Instead of holding back like we do so often, that everything we've got.
I feel like we allocate, different resources to kind of the 3 different sections of the district, the rural schools, Hoopa, and Trinity Valley. And there have been so many discussions about the need for improving the reading and the academics. And I would feel like we would be remiss if we were to allocate the resources to support students behaviorally and socially, emotionally, and not have the academic component. And again, it's with the hopes that we'll have really strong reading instruction in a couple of years.
Which will improve everything.
Yes.
Okay. And we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the establishment of like curriculum and literacy coach positions for 2 years, ending simultaneously with the current.
And a second.
All in favor? Resolution number 22 to 24, California School Quality Air Plumbing and Efficiency Program Governing Body Resolution.
I just have a clarification, Dana. I don't know if we can just clear this up. The resolution actually says 22-25 and the agenda says 22-24. So just so we.
So in the motion, we need to make sure that clarify it.
Yeah.
The resolution says 22-25 on the back.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
fine.
Motion,
What's it about?
it, accept a grant up to almost $400,000 and accept all grant equipment funds and commissions.
I make a motion to accept this resolution 2225, South of the Air and Efficiency Program Revenue by Resolution.
Second.
Second, so.
I had Lily. I wrote down.
Okay.
All in favor? Opposed? Motion passes. Overnight field trip to Ashland, Oregon. Recommendation is to approve the trip.
I make a motion to approve the trip. And also the lava beds. It's a really fun trip.
You're making them like one at a time there. You're making them go both at once.
They're great trips for kids to learn a lot out of that. Awesome.
Okay.
And Captain
And
Jack.
any discussion? No?
I just have a comment. We used to do field trips on consent, so this, I don't know.
You know, I think we stopped doing that when we had a problem with field trip that we didn't look at closely.
It was on consent and then we pulled it.
All right.
Pulled it too, but,
I was trying to make it easier for you.
because that's what Debbie's doing. We're moving it along.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make this makes you
Yes.
a lot easier. You can always pull it off the consent if need be.
All in favor?
Who made the motion?
Debbie and Rob second.
Okay.
Motion passes. Lava National Monument Field Trip, and the recommendation is to approve the overnight field trip.
I
thought we did. Oh, I know. Don't we have to do them?
Yeah.
We have to do-
They're separate
I-
motions. Yeah.
Okay.
They have to be separate.
Okay, so 1 and 2 and ayes.
I
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion passes.
Was that Rob second on that one?
Yeah. because they both did.
And we have the Ridgecrest Rock Magnet Elementary School Full Time for Student Achievement. We have a motion to accept the.
make a motion to accept that.
I have a comment.
Okay.
So this plan for student achievement, isn't this the same plan the other schools submitted months and months and months ago and we were upset because it was late?
And it's really late because he has some excuse. I forgot.
I'm just saying, I mean, I
I
think
forget
that.
what he told me, but it was a big, like he'd been working on it and there was something that he, what he said.
I'm not here to defend himself, but you know, I think one of the problems he has
Have to
down there
defend
is
him.
having the required meetings and people showing up.
Yeah.
Because like site council.
Right, yeah.
So-
He couldn't get our,
And that's site council, yeah.
Yeah.
I think under new bylaws, we discuss and then make a motion,
okay,
because I have some concerns.
okay.
You want to pull your.
I'll pull my motion then, sorry.
On page 1 of 25, he has this as a targeted support and improvement school. And all of our schools are labeled school-wide programs in our district. So that needs to be fixed. There's also on page 11 of 25, I have questions. It says down on the bottom paragraph, in our strategies, we aim to employ a general B teacher and have a 0.33 special ed teacher for support, as well as increase the paraprofessional instructional assistants and library media specialists in order to accommodate the academic and social emotional needs of diverse grade levels and range abilities. Are those positions already budgeted?
Yes.
I know the librarian is a part goes with the secretary position.
Okay, so we aim to employ a general, I assume,
General ed,
teacher.
yes.
General ed.
And so that is in our budget.
Using our LSAT,
Yeah.
Okay,
special ed.
and have a
LSAT,
0.33 special ed teacher, that's also in the LCAP.
with ours, because I am
And the
special ed.
increased paraprofessional instructional assistance. Is that in our budget?
Well, so far it's
Yeah,
working
right.
because she's bringing that one out of Jack Norton, you know.
And library media specialist.
That's part of the
That's part of that
secretary's.
secretary position, but I know the teacher's aide from, you know, because we had to close that lower grade at Jack Norton is now at Witchbeck and moved her there, so that's, I don't know if that's what he's big or not.
We better call next time, then.
Hey, I got his back.
So the answer is yes on all of those, that we have them in our LCAP to increase the paraprofessional instructional assistants.
As far as the paraprofessional instructional assistants, if that's part of our ESSER, so that's temporary. That's a
And
temporary.
how many students do we have at Witchbeck right now?
16, I think,
It's 18.
or 18, I
It
think.
could be 16.
And how many paraprofessionals we have already? I mean, I'm just
I think
saying,
there's
make sure
three.
the ducks are in a row here.
There's a total of 3.
Is there 3? I thought 2.
The special ed are considered paraprofessional.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Also-
Varying levels of FTE, no, they're not full. One is,
And is the special ed a one-on-one or is it a?
It's a one-on-one and there is an aid.
Okay, because you can't really count that one-on-one as a temp position.
It's vacant, but and there's no student.
So I didn't actually, these things are all in the budget, so it is correct in his.
I don't know about the 0.2 counselor. I don't know. That's not,
I don't see
I
that.
don't know what that one is.
Well, just have to pull it and just have him explain it then.
Is the concern that we're committing to.
If we approve this, we are
We're
approving
committing
positions.
to these positions that are not already
Right,
existing.
right. We
Bring
have
him up on the carpet, maybe. Explain himself, because that's a lot of things.
I
that-
do have one other thing on page 16 of 25. Under analysis, this is our school facility rates in good condition, and we want to maintain or improve that. Our attendance and chronic absenteeism rates are strongly affected by individual students or families. Witchbeck School does not implement sufficient social, emotional, and cultural curriculum. We can increase this to better support student needs. Why are we calling Witchbeck a Europe magnet school if we're not doing any cultural curriculum?
I think they're doing language there, aren't they? You didn't say that they are. I'm pretty sure that Rob Kitty is that language teacher.
So he's saying school does not implement sufficient social, emotional, and cultural curriculum. And by having a Europe magnet school, that means that that is a focus of the whole school, to everything around the curriculum is dealing with Europe. And I do know there was a lot of curriculum that was developed back when the school was deemed a magnet school. And where did all that go? Why is it not being used? Are we just saying it's a Europe magnet school in name and not following through with the cultural curriculum?
Well, one of that, I mean, part of that, I think, what is the Europe tribe, what is their buy-in to the school these days? Because when we first opened that program, the Europe tribe was heavily
Well, they
invested.
agreed to send the teacher, you know, the language teachers there, and they pay for them, not the
Okay.
school. So I think that was their input, right?
They
And
were
also
going
the
to- They
teachers.
were going to support it more than that.
Yeah.
So what's she teaching
I
now?
was teaching there, that's why I'm kind of wondering how that's happened, if it's, because I see where it says it does not implement sufficiently social, emotional, and cultural curriculum. We're on a different. Seems to be.
Because I know they used to do, the settle up process a lot with the kids, and that was all, culturally. Part of the culture.
The lessons themselves.
The lessons
that were
themselves,
developed
right.
were around the year calendar. What do you do? Like in gathering acorns.
Right, and that's a
and
part,
the-
I think that Margot did that a lot, and she did that a lot at our school too, coming every week with lesson plans, and all those lesson plans were, there and appropriate for whatever they were doing, whether it's gathering sticks or acorns or whatever, they were always doing that. I don't know about now, maybe not now.
Well, this is terrible. If our Europe magnet program is recording,
Well,
then
I
they're
think
not
we talked about it last year, that they should pull that and not call it a
I
magnet
would
school.
suggest I'm not familiar with the program at that school, but I would suggest that the statement itself could have a different interpretation. For example, he could say, it's not sufficient, meaning it's doing some, but he hopes to do more.
That was how I read it. Was that they
So
are
that
doing
could be a
some.
positive statement, that
Maybe you say
it's
there's
not sufficient.
not sufficient
Meaning
enough to
that
be
could
a
mean
magnet
we're doing
program.
some, but I want to do more.
I have a question in regards to the plan. There's all kinds of different sections that says district funded, district funded, district funded. And it was my understanding that our SIPSAs were going to be focused for just Title I.
So I think I have a note to strike all of that, anything that
Okay.
I would like to know, and I just feel like that's
I
the
thought that
learning
was the
curve,
understanding.
yeah.
Maybe,
It's not,
maybe we should just table this and wait, and have them come back
Have
next
them
month.
come back next month.
We're already in April, why not May?
and I agree with the statement. I think that this came out of, stakeholder meetings saying, hey, this is not, we want to call the school to a higher standard of delivering more culturally relevant materials. But if we're going to table it, we can ask about that. But I think anything,
See the names of all the members of this, and only one I don't recognize as being, you're up, and the rest of them all are, or maybe even Karuk. I think Molly's.
No.
but,
I think it's a risk to turn in your student plan and not come to the meeting.
I moved the table.
Jason, if you're watching,
Partner. Okay, guys, it's about
Never
9:30. I'm gonna get real inappropriate here when I get tired, so let's move along.
so.
Yeah.
Okay, can we, I have a comment about the, once you call this Captain John.
Okay. So.
I move that we table this one also for the reason that they are in the school plan, they are also asking us to approve a van, which they don't have funding for. And I know Title I is not allowed to buy vans. And so this should be separated, I think. I have no doubt they need the van for their outreach. There's no question there. But having that put two issues before us in one document. And I understand that the transportation department is coming up with a plan to address issues like this.
Yes, yeah, and it can't be through this funding. I think she said unspecified.
No,
and I think it was the way the site council said, this is what we would like to express, and they put it in as an action as opposed to a need. So I think it's kind of just the place of it. It's not something that they would purchase.
I
through this
also have a quick
process.
question. It appears they're requesting a one-time increase of funding of Title I. Do you know what that specifically?
That's for the
would cover?
van for 30,000.
It's not, no, it's not in there. This is, I think that's in addition.
Site specific, right on the recommendation page, right on the front.
But everything else is totaling up to the 30-something thousand.
I think they're not even naming a price. I think it's funding for.
So they had it in here and then they said funding to be determined.
So, this can be something that I need, if it's the principals on more specifically. At this point, we're kind of thinking about next year's stuff, so.
It's not gonna be big, I mean, come on, it's fine.
No, and again, I think that these are two challenging to get together site council, so it didn't go through the same
It
vetting,
is on
obviously.
page 227.
But the increase totals up to just Title I. It doesn't include the band. So I don't know how I would increase a one-time for their activities. I'm just. I think
It's not, I'm wondering if it's the grant that they got, so.
Table.
Just no action taken.
No, she made a motion to table it.
Okay.
Somebody seconded it.
Somebody, who is the somebody? Okay, thank you.
And did we vote? Opposed? Motion to table. Selection of membership of representative to CSBA delegate assembly from KTJUSD region. Tim, I have that you wanted to comment on this one.
Well, he wants to do the softball.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim or Paul?
No, Tim. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, that's the one I was
Yeah,
talking about
9K.
earlier. This is that one I was talking about when we first got here. If we get to vote on that, the CSBA person, you did already?
No, but they're asking us
Thank
to
you.
vote now.
Yeah, they.
Yeah. So I know that one of those persons, not like personally as a friend, but just kind of in a, so I would vote for Mr. George Alvin Sager, who's from the McKinleyville Union School District. He is their school board president right now, and I know his wife really well, and so if I had a vote, that's my vote.
Make a motion to vote.
Oh, I make a motion to vote for George Alvin Sager from the McKinleyville Union School District as our representative delegate for the assembly runoff. Yeah, delegate for the assembly.
I'll second that thing.
Okay. Tim, did you have, because I have you down for wanting to comment on 9K.
No,
No, okay. Okay.
Three kids.
Ayes.
Aye. Opposed? I better be okay.
Yes.
No, I didn't. need to go to that. We can find out. Okay.
No, it's just me. It's a signature. It's a
Discussion item.
Oh, you?
Yeah.
I have the original.
We discussed trustee areas and trustee terms on the election cycle.
Well, I would make a comment there, or a question, I guess, just to clarify. So, the part of Willow Creek where I live is now in the same district as Orleans. And Martha is not up for election. So my understanding then is then I would be stepping down and so I won't be on my term would be up. Is that correct?
That's how I'm hearing it, if your residence is actually in that same
And so a
district.
similar thing would happen then with Rob. So
I believe
you're
so.
now, I think, in Debbie's.
Well, no, actually, my area 6 got shipped around middle school.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Parts of it did, but not all of it. Just like the corner of it
So
there,
Debbie will be
in the Mill Creek
sitting
area.
until
there, but it's not all the way down to another area.
So I think that if you would only be kind of phasing out if your seat is up. Is
Right,
how,
exactly.
so if the seat is up, then that
No,
re-triggers it.
area 6.
Okay, but
But
at this
we're
election,
on the
We
new
moved
map.
to-
but your term expires in this year.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And where are you in the?
On the new map? I don't live in that area 6, so I couldn't.
No, you live in
You live
7.
in 7
Right.
now.
I
So
think
so
he would
Debbie
be,
will be the.
I think
representative.
Debbie would be the one where you live.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And because my term is up, I couldn't run again for that area.
Right, because you don't live there.
Right.
So somebody in your new area
In-
go round.
in that
No,
area.
not
Debbie
this
will
year.
just take it, Debbie will just take over that area until.
Well, yeah, something over,
So,
something over this
but
area.
Rob has an area there.
No,
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 Well, that's just
This
the
has been
numbers- the
merged
numbers
into it.
change, but
There's
that's-
7 areas.
well, that's,
there's 7 areas. but
Which
they're
Peck
union.
and Peck
Which
one
Peck
are
and Peck
combined.
one blended into that 7.
No.
So
Yeah,
what-
yeah,
Oh,
okay,
Park.
They did, but
So the position, the way I look at it is that there will be 4 up for election. 1 in the new area 1. Now, Tom, you're up in this year too, 22.
Right, but I'm in area 3. I live in area 3.
Okay, and so Martha,
Martha will be our
Will be there.
representative. Martha will be my representative.
okay, Caduceus pretty much solid in your new configuration. So the elections would be in election 1, that's in the new area 1, trustee area 1. Trustee area 2, which is both
Is that carried?
Willow Creek and
Salyer.
Salyer combined. And then I'm not rerunning, and there will be 2 positions taking over. My area is split.
right.
So part of it is the south end of the west side of the river, which Campbellfield, and somewhat, but I don't know where the lines are.
sorry, I'm tired.
The south.
Southwest.
I'm happy to.
And the rest of it will be, some of my current area will be subsumed by Debbie.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, way over
Guys have to
there.
make a motion to extend the meeting after 10.
Oh, we do. But I
We should be
think,
done. I think we're about
Yeah,
done.
we're almost done.
okay, we are.
Throw them all together. That's what we're waiting for.
Tim, you wanted to address the trustee area map.
Yeah, I was in a new way, I can get a copy of this map.
Yes. Absolutely.
This one.
Can't have mine, 'cause I gotta make sure.
You can have mine, I'm not going to.
I'll get,
That's the one.
yeah, I can, we'll make sure that.
But that's
that
only
Janet
an
gets your contact
approximation.
information.
But what's not there is right down to the streets and whatnot.
Right.
I
can't believe you held that. I didn't get you this on yet.
Trinity Valley School baseball and softball field readiness.
There he goes.
So we do have Ben Tyner, would like to speak about that.
Hello. So this is an issue that would really benefit all the children in the area. Baseball, baseball and softball is back up and booming ever since COVID. And I coach softball, and we're having a hard time competing with each other, trying to make it work to where everybody has practice time, and that works. But then when game time comes, the practice time is kind of hard. So I'm trying to see if there's any way we could get the field and possibly funding to get the field up and going. The field that I played on when I was a kid, when I went to Trinity Valley.
So the backstory is when they
Okay.
did all the renovations, well, I'm not exactly sure. But I know just from what my husband has told me that they dumped gravel or whatever back there. I think I recall maybe that it became a parking lot for a little while or something. So the field's destroyed. And so there's an ask of not just Ben, but a lot of community to restore that field. And Mr. Brown, Kevin, I was first name for a second, has offered to work on that, but it's gonna be, there's a definite cost to it. I think he would probably donate time and stuff like that, but Ben asked him approximately what it would cost in materials, and he said a rough estimate would be about 10,000.
That's
So
for the infield.
Yeah.
And then the outfield, you wouldn't have to redo a fence, you wouldn't have to move the garden at all if you didn't want to. You could just do a rollout fence like they have over here. And then we'd have to investigate the grass a little bit more to see if it's usable the way it is.
So is this a school softball team or is this a league softball team?
So most of the team is from Training Valley
or Hoopa L.
or Hoopa L. There's also someone from Burnt Ranch, so it's like a community, which is good.
It's a league. It's a league.
It's a
But there are
league.
kids, there are.
There are.
But if we did restore it, I mean, a big complaint at my school is that there's nothing on the Giddings Wing side for kids to play with at recess. We just have a few basketball courts, and so I think it would get a lot of use. I mean, kids are wanting to play right now. They're outside with their softballs, bringing their mitts to school and stuff, and baseball. So it would get a lot of use at school as well. It would benefit the school in a big way for sure.
Ben, did you get an idea? I mean, it sounds like a pretty major undertaking. And in addition to the amount of money, which I think is, did you get something about the amount of time it would take to actually?
I can come back with more information. I didn't expect it to be on the agenda so quick, and I didn't want no one to show up and it just get overlooked.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm here and I stuck it out.
I think he talked to Mrs. I know poor guy's been here the whole time.
So
I think he talked to Mrs. Waddy is what he told me, and so
Yes.
she put it on there. So because she's his area person, so.
So, do you have a way, can you leave your phone number with either Jacqueline or Dana so that we
Yeah.
can just make sure that we're in communication?
Yeah.
Do you have,
I have him on speed dial.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Back to
And then
Macy's
Yeah,
department.
yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
I'll
another-
talk with our,
idea, I don't know if you, but when we did this in Orleans, we had a recreation service that, actually, we chipped in like $2,000. So it's a possibility that, you could find, I would just put
Like
together. a
R.
whole plan.
Brown, McCullough, some of those guys might have. some
I-
And if he could write up what his contribution is, then,
Right.
because it's an expense, it's going to be a cost to him, whether it's just his time. And we would have that, so that we could say this is what
Yeah.
we're putting in, and this is what he's donating, and this is what they're donating.
And this is
So-
what we-
I have talked to him, to Mr. Brown, and he was wondering if I could get an idea of how much you guys would be willing to pitch in, plus the okay to even move forward with this.
Well, the first thing we would know is what the cost will be.
And we have to go to bid on some things.
Yeah. Depending on that.
So full restoration, just infill.
I think what you might do is full restoration. Do you have the backstop? Do you have the?
Yeah,
bleachers there?
it's all still intact.
That's all still there.
We'd
The
have to,
dugouts are still there. So you're gonna need infill material and potentially grass for the outfield.
yeah,
And, when we do it in Orleans, we just mow the weeds.
yeah. And the only thing we're worried about is the rock, but I'm hoping it kind of settled down
Okay.
below the grass.
Right, yeah. But I would say, yeah, right up, what the cost will be for that. I know this infill material is gonna be probably $4,000 now.
But
So is this something you want him to do, or is it something we see?
He said it'd be 10 grand, trucks, everything, just the infield.
So maybe we should ask Lucy to take the lead on this, so that.
Yeah.
That's not an action item.
No.
What-
So I'll
A question, what if, at what point do we have to go out to bid?
pretty high.
Yeah.
Tens of thousands.
I went-
I think that this would be, if it's 10,000, it would be under.
So Jen, you'll talk to Missy and then we can communicate.
Yeah.
And then I can talk to Ben and let him know. Is that
Yeah.
a good time?
Thank you.
So, I don't think we did Captain John's.
Thanks for coming.
Captain John's too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Indian
You
education,
might want to make a motion.
it's just a discussion.
Oh,
But I mean, to go past 10.
To go past
Oh.
10.
We don't have much to do.
We still have to have a motion though.
Yeah.
I just texted Missy to make sure the alarms. We can make sure
no,
that
it's
there's
a.
not-
it's
I know.
usually
Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to go past 10.
Okay.
2 minutes past, that's it.
How far past it?
Yeah. You do have to say.
I think you have to give like.
Oh, you do? Okay, so I guess, I don't know, we could be done by 10 minutes. That's 15 minutes. 10:30, okay, 10:30.
We haven't had one in a long time.
We make a motion.
I did.
Do we have a second?
I second.
I'm not saying, you know, she's gonna walk out.
All in favor? Aye.
He-
Opposed? No, motion passes. Indian education director's job description. This one could take us a minute.
This could take a little bit, but we did a little bit of work on it before, so what is in the board packet is the job description as it came
Thanks for
recommended.
coming, Tim.
So did we already
Night.
do 10B? The resource center clerk?
No, we're on C. The director.
We're on 10C, Indian Education Director's job description.
Okay.
I know Laura Lee and Kadushka worked on this. There was, the IPP advisory group looked at the job description. What I put into the board packet was, as Jennifer Wayne sent it to me, that had been, the recommendation from the IPP task force. And then when I had staff look at some of the specifics, we did a third version of it, which I can, walk through with you all, which there was some original language that we wanted to keep, but I don't know how, if it should be a process of providing, working on the draft, as Laura Lee and I took notes and changed some things, and then sending it to the board for input, or if you want to have the discussion of going through the different parts. I think if it were 7:30.
Maybe I can give you an overview of what the process was and what the thinking was. Okay, Indian Education Program Director, first of all, anytime there is a vacancy, it is an opportune time to look at the whole program, evaluate it, and see what direction we may want to grow it into. And there's a number of things going on where we felt that this position needed to be have a little more responsible. Well, first of all, the job description that was before us before did not capture everything that the previous director was doing. So first of all, what we did was we grouped the duties and responsibilities under the various programs. So the Indian Education Grants Program, that includes the federal and state grants and any other grants that they want to apply, and that's one part of the director's responsibility. The Native Language Program is another part. the Indian Ed Resource Center is another part of this job description. What wasn't covered was the other responsibilities, and the organization chart that we had that we were that our superintendent had provided to us earlier had the Indian Ed director sitting on the cabinet, the superintendent's cabinet. So that is, and then there were a number of things that fell under that did not fall under resource center, under the grant program or the native language program. So those we looked at, and there's a number of things that we felt that the program should grow. We also looked at it's late and you have to help me out.
So we looked at a lot of the things that this person is doing, and we also talked with the IPP group about what we wanted this position to be and how we wanted to be represented within the school district. And we saw this as an opportunity for the school district to have somebody to assist in meeting the obligation that this school district has to the Native community. So that in itself, I believe, is a vice principal's equal in work and in responsibility. We also talked about the things that happen within the school district that are not in compliance with our own board policy, with the IPP policy, and having somebody that the superintendent could rely on to ensure that those things are met, that those obligations are met. So in my opinion, it's necessary that this person is serving on the superintendent's cabinet, and I'm really disappointed that it's been scratched out. I think that this shows that the administrative staff is not on the same page when it comes to complying with the policies that we have in dealing with the Native community.
One of the things that I was looking at is that since this school district was established back in 1932-34, we have miserably failed our Indian students, miserably. The test scores have never been up to where we want. We have issues with culturally sensitive practices. And the other issue is that every time we have a change in our superintendent, there's a lot of institutional memory that is lost, and we have to start back over. Well, the IPP requires this, so this requires that. We felt that this position needed some teeth in it, and also in our responsibility to produce the impact aid report yearly to the community. We do a good job in certain areas, but the academic area sucks. It does not give us any information on what is going on. For instance, the local assessments, the MAP testing that was implemented that the district pays for, not all teachers were doing it. Not all, they weren't taking it serious since the since it was implemented. And therefore, a lot of the data was not available to the Indian Ed director to even put in the report. The last report we got was all red and our dashboard, the reading and whatnot. We felt that we needed to zero in more on like grade level and make sure that this person could get the data to produce the trend analysis and what is really going on. We have heard that the students coming into our district are performing at grade level, but by the end of first grade, we're miserably behind. In current educational dealings, especially at the university level, they're saying that the big push is to decolonize the structures that are in place. So if we truly want to decolonize and meet the needs of our students, we need to make some significant changes. There's an old saying that insanity, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different outcome. So with this position here, starting to decolonize would be to recognize the strengths that a person in this position could bring to our district to help implement change, and also to help with the institutional memory of why we are doing things, what we are doing, what is important. I think it's a shame that our students get behind by the end of first grade. We know, we've heard that our own teachers, certain ones, look at the math testing and, oh, I don't pay any attention to that stuff. When we've heard Carrie Waddy say she used it constantly and on a daily routine to help her students read, to help them progress in their studies, in their reading and whatnot. So it was, it took me a bit to think, okay. The other thing happening at the state level is that the State Department of Education has designated the Humboldt County Office of Ed as the hub for all Indian curriculum in the state for all the schools. They rely heavily on our resource center. We need someone with knowledge, etc., that can help grow that program and capture a lot of what's going on, and not be the one to have to go into Wichpeka on a daily basis to provide the cultural thing. They need to be able to provide training for teachers on how to do that. There's a lot of training available right now from Humboldt State, and it's available to us, but we need someone coordinating that. I really am, when I said on the management, the schedules, the unrepresented managers, I really do believe that they should be able to get a stipend if they have those, like the teachers, if they have enough units in Indian education. So I think maybe if we, Jen and I had a good long hour discussion, and we did change some of this a little bit, give and take. I think it would be good to maybe come back with a clean.
I agree.
I see here where you took out the serves as a liaison for tribal education programs to provide overall services to educational and culturally related academic needs. I think every time that we sit with the tribal council or we sit with education directors, we're told that communication, transparency, and I think this position with that element of responsibility could assist us in a clearer way of communicating and being more transparent. So the fact that that's been taken out bothers me.
Wasn't that kind of,
Well, it's over, some of that is over here on page 261.
No, that's not, it's redone,
Oh, that's
that's what we
redone.
submitted, that's what we
okay.
did.
Oh, that's what you
The
did.
corrections are what I'm not happy about.
Oh.
When we went through it today, there was, so we have another draft or things that were moved around. I'm not sure about that, what that one specific, what item and what section that was in that you just.
It's on
referenced.
204.
So I have a
The
question.
first and second page behind the Indian and job description, one that you have marked up.
I think it's in the Indian policies and procedure, I think it says the superintendent is liaison.
That's not working.
But it's in the Indian policies
Yeah,
and
well, we
procedure.
probably should change that and figure out a way to incorporate that into this position. Because the Indian policy committee is the one that requested those things be put
You
in
need
here.
to change your policy.
Right. They'll need to, yeah. Yeah, that's something.
So my question is, okay, so serves on the superintendent's cabinet. What is the responsibility that goes along with serving on the superintendent's cabinet?
Whatever I direct the person to do to fulfill this. That's why, one of the reasons we changed superintendent's cabinet member. I mean, that is in no other job description, but we said that there could be, coordinating community input and reporting as part of the cabinet. Well, I'm down at the last part, but in the superintendent's cabinet. So the intention wasn't to remove it, it's just to make it consistent with other positions that serve on like the top leadership. So that's another responsibility, coordinating input, reporting to superintendent, serving, potentially serving on the cabinet, but all of those things are not under, cabinet jobs. You think that was another thing that we talked about is like, that's never been a thing. That's a very new, but organizational,
Well, the cabinet is
structure.
kind of a new thing, right?
That's something that, it's just this year I started assembling, so.
And Margot was serving on that, and that's where we picked that up. And one of the things that was not in the job description that she was doing. So
She was serving on.
And
cabinet,
it
yes.
was something that I just, that was kind of,
So,
it made sense to have her in, since she's just district wide.
so that's why we need a clean one here. Because I didn't write all the changes, but instead of doing superintendent's cabinet member, do other responsibilities. And then list the things, the duties under that versus the cabinet. Because still on the cabinet, but. So I think we should, and the other big thing was on the qualifications. Should this be a certificated or a classified position? Well, when we looked at, when Paducah and I sat down and looked, there is interest from from people who do not have K-12 credentials. Maybe they are teaching at College of Redwoods or HSU, or have a lot of experiences, but would not be qualified under our job description. So we did a wider thing. And so teaching, so bachelor's degree and teaching credential, ECE, K-12, language, culture, higher education preferred, administrative credential or master's degree or higher in education, Native American studies, a related field. So that made the options up here, we had to, it's very specific, which salary schedule they go on, because if you have a master's degree or higher, you can't be on the certificated salary schedule, because that's dictated by the CTC. So there's an option that they could be one or the other. But we were adamant that the pay should be significantly higher than what it is. The argument over being equivalent to a vice principal, what we heard from the IPP was that principals have one site. This job has the whole district that they're overseeing. Jen brought up a comment, well, yes, but our principals or administrators, they're, anytime there is a athletic event, there has to be a presence there by our administrators at away games as well as local, which then extends their hours that are, they have a lot more duties, whereas this one, you wouldn't have to be supervising sporting events, so.
But she did supervise lots of events in our schools after hours. She came to the different schools year round with groups of people doing acorn festivals and doing, different other basket making things, sometime late, 7, 8 o'clock at night. She was on site to all the schools, from Willow Creek on down to Orleans. Wasn't she at your school? Yeah, she was at Norton too, like
But
that.
it was, I'd have to say generally during working hours at Orleans. I think that the vice principals have a lot more responsibility for student contact. They have, their day-to-day contact with students.
Discipline.
Didn't she also work with staff that did tutoring in the classrooms and they came into
That's
that?
part of the grant.
Part of it.
Yes, so she supervised those people. I worked for her for a while. as teacher
So I have a
aide.
question, does the grant pay for that salary?
Not all of it.
Okay, how about for the other salary for what Billy did?
For the clerk.
The clerk.
Grant pays 100% for the clerk. And then
Sorry, what's that?
The grant, resource 4510 pays 100% of the clerk. I gave you a breakdown of the percentage of each resource. and how much
Didn't
it
pay her salary at all?
It paid a percentage. Do you have that?
So, yes, but are we done with the director position?
I move
Because
it into,
yeah, so this would be a bigger, I have a couple of questions, and I don't know if we just work on the language of this. I just wanted to point out that I attached the 3 credentials, that if it's a certificated management position, what we would accept in schools is American Indian languages and culture credential that's issued by the CTC, the multiple subjects and single subjects. So that would be certificated management. If the person does not have a credential, then they would be classified management. If they have a master's degree, a PhD, any other kinds of qualifications, that is a classified position, it is not a certificated. So if it's written as a certificated, then somebody with PhD does not qualify.
What a 30-day emergency credential?
That's not really, that's a good point.
That's what
No,
teachers do,
I don't,
right?
I mean, that's,
What was that? A 30-day emergency credential? Long-term subbing?
I think that we can, that's not, that's more like a permit.
That's a 30-day allowable.
Yeah.
It comes through the credential.
It is a
For
clear,
30
it is
days.
cleared by the CTC, and it just means the person can't be in one single classroom.
I really don't have a problem with which salary schedule, as long as we have the amounts on each schedule equivalent.
Yeah, I think it's one salary schedule, and it doesn't matter which way the person gets
Right.
there. I think
so too.
I just want to be sure that we don't inhibit people who have the skills that we need applying for the position because we're not paying them. But that's what I want to be careful, because people who have a master's degree, people who have PhDs, they're going to be making more than 70,000 a year.
I would be, my memory and my experience with Margot and this job description does involve an awful lot of direct experience with children and a lot of teaching teachers how to teach children. So, so I would hope that that would be important in the qualifications.
My sister doesn't have a teaching credential, but she teaches teachers to be in the classroom. She works at HSC and is a,
she makes up the
so,
whole
so if you're looking for that skill, we can get there in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
A master's degree qualifies you to teach at the college level.
But not K-12, so.
I
we
think something that we need to keep in mind with increasing the cost is that impact aid is a significant, it's about, I believe, around a third of our general ed fund. What is it, 5 million, 6 million that comes into this district? And we are failing our students.
So is it when Laura Lee and I can go and take my really, terrible notes and make sure that we identify the 3 credentials, which would make it a certificated, and then the classified could be through a master's or higher?
I think maybe Caduce, first of all, let's clean up
Yeah.
what you and I discussed. And then Caduce is on the committee also, so we need to maybe all 3 of us get together before the next meeting.
Keep this, okay.
But we are expecting a lot more. We don't want the program to be as it is right now.
And I also think we need a commitment from the administration to supervise, to what do we call it when you? No, you evaluate. Make sure that we're evaluating, because we don't want this to fail. We want this to be successful. We want it to make a difference. But if we don't hire the right person to do that, we need to have a commitment that we're,
Right.
we're sending them down the road.
And I was thinking, right down to questions for the interview committee to target in on a lot of things, like when we have the liaison in there, I got to thinking, we need questions, we need something to make sure, because if we get the wrong person in there that is the liaison with the tribes, we've sunk those already, if they don't have the skills, the people skills. So,
Okay.
Okay, so what are we doing
now
now?
we got one more, resource center clerk.
So this was also just brought as a discussion. Jennifer sent it to me and said that there was a recommendation to increase the number of days. So this goes back to the question about what fund the resource clerk is paid out of, and that is out of one of these, the restricted funds. My understanding of the history is, in order to accommodate other positions that are in the grant funding, the grant programs, the academic support coaches, the tutors, that there was a period of time, I guess the budget was slimmer, and so that there was not a layoff, that the resource clerk positions hours were reduced. And I don't know when that was. I know it's been quite some time. I have no memory of it being any more than the current 200 days.
The request of the IPP committee was to get this job description so that it would count as 1 year for 1 year PERS retirement, wherever that needs
But I
to be.
think 220 days per year. I was an 11-month employee, but in PERS, I got 12 months of service.
For some reason, Billy didn't get that with this, and
Well,
so
I
that's
had
the issue.
Okay, so, I mean, because here's the thing. So that would put that position there. I mean, I guess we probably find all kinds of work to do, but is the director going to be, how much time, how many days a year are we asking the director?
200.
So
So-
they're
So that would be 40.
200 is
That
what
would
we
be
have.
40 more days without. I mean, I think a person should find out if 220 days, it would still get you the 12 months, the whole full 1 year.
Well, whatever the minimum is to get there is what.
I think it's 220.
So you know off the top of your head,
I don't,
Hours.
It's hours.
And then I guess, and when I had a discussion, it was what is the need for the program? Is it fulfilled? Are the duties of that position, the resource clerk, filled in the 200 days? Or is is the next step to have more done? I mean, the person would have to be independent because they would be working without a supervisor. So that was, it was just for talking about how this came up as an ask.
So could we approve it based on the minimum days needed for?
It's a discussion item for the.
But I think that should be researched. And instead of adding 40 more, I mean, that's a whole other month. If we haven't had the need for that before.
It's been since 2012.
What I understood was going on is that
We haven't had that many days. since
there's a lot
2012.
of curriculum being ordered through our resource center from various places, and Billy had been running those off and binding them and getting all the orders out. Now, Jennifer was telling me that there's still a lot of orders coming in from various schools for the materials. Now, in the summertime, especially with Humboldt County Office of Ed being designated the Indian Curriculum Resource Center for the whole state, there's going to be more demand on our resource center for curriculum that we have that is going on. So I don't know.
So what are we asking for here? More time, more money?
Just to meet the PERS requirement for a year,
Yeah.
whatever that minimum is.
I think we can do that. I have a breakdown of how much.
That resource was 4510 pays for this position. This is an additional expense into that fund. This is the grant fund, which also has the academic tutors for students. With the reading program,
Also, when they write the grant for next year, it has to be included in that grant item that they're increasing.
Do we charge for materials?
Yes, we do.
So we're making, so we could possibly pay for the additional expense.
We could, if you directed the director to do that, as it stands right now, it's kind of, I'm not sure.
Jennifer is saying that it's a cash cow sitting there, but I don't know about.
But they have to replenish their supplies to review the curriculum. I think in the past, they've used things to do field trips and things like that.
Well, what we found out.
But it's not enough to offset.
What we found out too was that
28,000, I think.
they have 10,000 designated for the trip to overseas. When we said no, when we approved it, as long as it did not use any district funding, that is district funding.
So in general, they make about anywhere from 6,000 to 10,000 a year. That's it in revenue. Because we've not had we were out on COVID, there was nothing being spent. And so that's how they were able to get about 28,000 total now.
So in that discussion, then, is that something that needs to be revisited?
We gotta get our numbers.
And is that the material that's going through the Humboldt Office of Education? You mean, is that what they're distributing through their?
There's some of it is ours,
Because,
but we now have Europe tribe, we have Blue Lake developing things. There's a lot of video. I think a lot of training, cultural sensitivity training for our staff can be on videos where they can sit and do it at their own time, or somebody can
A lot
develop.
of them is really good materials, workbooks and things that kids can work at, at their own pace or whatever. And I had, when I was custodian, I retrieved a bunch of stacks of books like that out of the garbage that kids had worked on. And we did half a book and still the whole next rest of the book was good. And I gave them to my grandkids, you know, that live out of the area, and one of my older grandsons took it to school. And the teacher was like, oh, where did you get this? And where can I order this? And so she wanted my, you know, daughter was in and said, you know, can we order those things? I know she was in contact with Margot, but I'm not sure if she was ever able to get any of that.
You guys have adopted the learn tenure curriculum that you use in the classroom as well.
10:30. So,
10:27,
the only thing, you know, I still wanted to ask about that, I talked about a little bit while ago about that bus driver thing, and I wanted to know what's gonna be the, you know, solution to that, because what I also heard was that there's a problem between the bus driver
Oh, we
and the
can't talk about
teacher.
that.
Oh, you can't talk about that? Okay, forget it. I don't know how it'll get solved, I guess it'll be.
You can talk individually
With Jen, okay?
I wanna know.
You guys need to adjourn. You need a motion to adjourn. I gave you the link, so we can all just kind of gather.